Chapter 41:19. After a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Everyone was rushing towards the primordial fruit tree, but no one could succeed. Once someone was within 10 feet of the fruit tree, they would be attacked by almost all. Who could withstand those secret techniques that contained the power of the 5th stage, 6th stage, and even the 7th stage? Young Kai knew that if he did not transform into a dragon, he could not bear it. Even if he displayed the dragon form, he was afraid that he could not hold on for more than a few breaths. Several bearers had already died because of this. They had been beaten to the point where not even their bones remained. Although they had been greatly nurtured by the holy spirits behind them, their individual strength was too insignificant in such a battle. If they did not seize the best opportunity to act rashly, they would only harm themselves. In the battle, the spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree has been completely formed, crystal clear and attractive. Although there is no fragrance, it also makes people want to take a bite and taste what it tastes like. Suddenly, a laugh came and resounded through the sky. Is this the primordial spirit fruit? This Fang will gladly accept it. With the sound, a figure quickly approached this side. Many of the bearers who were fighting in full swing were furious and looked over there to see who dared to boast so shamelessly. They have been fighting here for so long, and no one can get within 10 feet of the fruit tree. At this moment, the person who came was so arrogant, which naturally made people uncomfortable. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "The opportunity is coming, get ready to fight." He has been waiting, looking for a good opportunity, and finally his efforts paid off. Listening to what he said, Chu Huashang and Jiyu Pan also looked shocked and secretly urged their strength. On the other side, a figure rushed into the battlefield and rushed straight to the primordial fruit tree. Kai 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 The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly as a series of brilliant secret techniques and artifacts bombarded the young man. However, the young man showed no fear and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was only when these attacks were about to reach him that his figure flickered and he shouted in a low voice, "Immovable mountain." An extremely rich earth elemental power spread out and twisted around that person, forming the phantom of a giant tortoise. That giant tortoise protected that person tightly in the middle. Countless attacks bombarded that giant tortoise phantom, but it only made the phantom sway a few times, not injuring that person in the slightest. Some people were flabbergasted, and their eyes were wide open. From the start of the chaotic battle until now, this was the first time someone had displayed such a strong defense. When the giant tortoise phantom appeared, it gave people a feeling that it was impregnable and unbreakable. Thick earth black tortoise. Someone recognized the giant tortoise. Since the silhouette was the thick earth mystic tortoise, the person who came must be the carrier of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Only the carrier of the Holy Spirit could activate such a defensive secret technique. It was Fang Yu. He had crossed paths with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai even robbed him of his space ring. He didn't know where Yang Kai had gone these days, but the appearance of the primordial fruit tree finally drew him out. The thick earth mystic tortoise's earth elemental power was at least at the 7th grade. Ordinary means wouldn't be able to cause harm to such a defensive secret technique, unless it was also at the 7th grade or countered by means of the 5 elements. Therefore, after seeing the giant tortoise phantom, someone immediately displayed an extraordinary wood elemental power, turning into numerous wooden shadows and bombarding Fang Yu. The giant tortoise phantom trembled continuously, and its light quickly dimmed, but Fang Yu was already within 10 feet of the fruit tree, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit fruit on the tree. "You think you're invincible just because you have a tortoise shell? Watch Master Ding cut you down." A furious roar came. Ding Yi raised the saber in his hand high, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The saber was surrounded by flames, and as the saber slashed down, a 3-legged strange bird flew out and pounced at Fang Yu. Ding Yi was the bearer of the divine spirit, Bai Fang. Bai Fang was a fire attribute divine spirit, and it once used its own inner core to condense the fire elemental power for Ding Yi. Back at the 3000 World Tree, when Ding Yi fought with the man surnamed Go, he also used this move. The power of this saber was so vast that it seemed to be able to burn the world. Fang Yu's expression turned solemn. The thick earth mystic tortoise's defense was impressive and could allow him to ignore most attacks. However, the fire element, which was also of the seventh realm, was troublesome for him. Moreover, his defensive mystic technique had been greatly weakened. Fang Yu only hesitated for a moment between retreating and advancing, but he didn't slow down and still reached for the spirit fruit. With a boom, Fang Yu's body shook slightly. Countless cracks appeared on the giant tortoise phantom, and it looked like it would shatter at any time, but it still protected him. On the other hand, after Ding Yi used this move, his entire body was like a cooked shrimp. His skin was extremely red, and steam was rising from his body. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hand, which was holding the broadsword, was trembling slightly. Although his aptitude was good, it was far from being able to condense the 7th grade power. Whether it was the seal or his own body, it was not enough to withstand the 7th grade fire elemental power. Bai Fang didn't care about this and forcibly condensed it for him, just to increase the hope of competing for the primordial spirit fruit. Although Ding Yi had the 7th grade fire elemental power, he didn't dare to use it easily. Once he used it, it would be a great burden on himself. If he used it too many times, he might even be backfired by his own fire elemental power. Many bearers were in a similar situation. Under the premise of insufficient foundation, they were forced to condense the power of high grade by the divine spirit. It seemed that they were in the limelight for a while, but in fact, there were endless troubles in the future. On the contrary, Chu Huashang was like this. Because the divine spirit behind her was Fei, she didn't specialize in a certain attribute, and there was no way to condense a certain kind of power for them. She could only steadily improve them in other aspects. The benefits obtained in this way were real benefits, and there would be no worries. Countless cracks appeared in the shadow of the giant turtle, but it didn't break for a while. Immediately after Ding Yi, Lin Feng of the Zhenwu cave opened his mouth and spat out a big river like a waterfall hanging in the air. The water in the big river was murmuring, as if it was really a big river, sweeping across. This guy was captured by Kuan Shou. Kuan Shou was a divine spirit of the water attribute. Naturally, it would help Lin Feng condense the power of the water attribute. However, the water attribute has always been gentle, so although it was the 7th grade, its power was not as good as Ding Yi's. But in the big river, there were countless sharks condensed by power, surging wildly. Catcher. The shadow of the giant turtle outside Fang Yu's body quickly dimmed and almost collapsed, but he laughed, "This fruit is mine." In such a moment of confrontation, he had already rushed in front of the primordial fruit tree, and was about to pick the primordial spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, a purple bamboo lightly floated towards him. Xiong Ying. Under this point, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant turtle shadow finally broke completely, revealing Fang Yu's figure. Fang Yu's smile stiffened on his face in an instant, and a great sense of crisis surged in the depths of his heart. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, even ignoring the spirit fruit in front of him. Boom boom boom. Countless attacks hit the place where he stood just now. If he dodged a little slower, without the protection of the giant turtle shadow, he would have died immediately on the spot. Fang Yu was speechless. He was so close to winning, but in the end, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Forcing back the unscrupulous guy with a turtle shell, everyone had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and then they put their hearts in their throats. They saw 3 figures approaching the primordial fruit tree, 1 man and 2 women, but it was Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, and Ji Yu Pan. When he heard the voice of Fang Yu, Yang Kai knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. After dealing with Fang Yu, Yang Kai also knew that this guy's defense was outstanding and very powerful. With him in front of everyone's attention and firepower, he and Chu Huashong and Ji Yu Pan really successfully approached the fruit tree. A pair of eyes were focused, and an attack was ready to be launched. Chu Huashang was nervous and excited, and said, "I can block it." As she spoke, she flicked her beautiful hair, and the red string that bound her hair flew out, turning into thousands of red lines that guarded the void all around. She just finished doing this, and the overwhelming attack had already hit, pointing directly at the 3 people. She said a breath, and it was a breath. After a breath, the red line collapsed, and Chu Huashang snorted, and her face was slightly pale. Yang Kai burst, Dragon Shield. The power of the earth element is driven, and a dragon shield appears, lingering around the three people. Each dragon shield is composed of a lifelike dragon shape, with complicated lines and connected head to tail. Yang Kai's power of the earth element is the power of the dragon bead of the earth element dragon. In terms of quality, it is not weaker than the power of the thick earth turtle that Fang Yu got, and even better. However, his dragon shield secret technique is only his own understanding, and it is not as good as Fang Yu, who got the true inheritance of the thick earth turtle. Moreover, the thick earth turtle itself is proficient in defense, which is also incomparable to the earth element dragon. So in terms of defensive ability alone, Yang Kai's dragon shield secret technique is not as good as Fang Yu's before, but it wins in quantity. 7 or 8 dragon shields surround him and Chu Huashang. Countless attacks came, one dragon shield was broken, and 7 or 8 dragon shields only lasted less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai has reached out to grab the primordial spirit fruit, and the next moment he can pick the spirit fruit in his hand. Junior sister Ji Yu. Chu Huashang screamed. Ji Yu Pan said nothing, reached out and took out a brush. The brush was almost half of her height. She held it with both hands, and in the void, she spat out a word, ink. It seems to be painting in the air. Under that point, a huge ink spot appears in the void, and the ink spot expands rapidly. The next moment, the world is dark, and everyone loses the light in front of them at this moment. Even the spiritual sense is blocked, and the sound quickly recedes. All of them become blind and deaf. After a breath, the abnormality dissipated. When they opened their eyes and looked at it again, many people were stunned. They saw that Yang Kai had clenched the primordial spirit fruit, and his face was full of excitement. But soon, his expression was a little wrong, from excitement to shock, puzzlement. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huashang cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The 3 of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huashang soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the Great Void Realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the Great Void Realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the Land of Elders. What to do? Chu Huashang glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Ji Yu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. Primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the holy spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now, this fruit was broken by Yang Kai. Shock, confusion, anger. All kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the Land of Elders, they couldn't explain it to the holy spirits. If. Of. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Yang Kai inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the Holy Spirits were called bearers. The Holy Spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The poor bearers thought that the primordial spirit fruit needed to be picked for the Holy Spirits to eat. Even Yang Kai thought so, and the Holy Spirits probably thought so too. In fact, the situation was completely different. But no matter what, the primordial spirit fruit had been obtained. This change happened too fast. First, Yang Kai crushed the primordial spirit fruit, which surprised everyone. Then the spirit light poured into the back of Yang Kai's hand, forming a complex pattern, which was completed in the blink of an eye. Although everyone didn't know what the mystery of the pattern was, they could guess that this must be a key. Since the spirit fruit had been broken, they could only snatch this key. Almost at the same time, the attack was launched again, and a series of secret techniques were launched at Yang Kai. Chu Huashang and Jiyu Pan's faces changed, and they used their secret techniques to resist. However, although the two's methods were good, they were alone after all, and they were in danger after less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai urged the Dragon Shield secret technique to protect the 2 women, and then urged the law of space. His figure flashed, and he had already appeared thousands of feet away with the 2. Not waiting for him to stand firm, Fang Yu had already rushed obliquely, his face a solemn color, and his mouth shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." When the words fell, a stone lotus suddenly appeared at the foot. The stone lotus was very small at first, spinning and quickly growing, and the lotus leaves were layered. I'm afraid there are thousands of layers. Yang Kai's brow raised, and he felt the breath of the holy medicine from this stone lotus. In other words, this stone lotus is a holy medicine, but I don't know what the use of this stone lotus is, and when Fang Yu got it. When I saw him before, he didn't have this thing. It seems that this guy has had a good opportunity recently. The stone lotus rotates, and the lotus leaves turn into an infinitely sharp blade, cutting the void, and making a sound. Within 100 feet, no one dares to approach. Although Fang Yu's performance was good before, it was only outstanding in defense. At this moment, he suddenly showed such means, and obviously did not intend to hide. Go. Chu Huashang whispered, now that Yang Kai has grabbed the primordial spirit fruit, it is natural to leave first. If you stay, you will only be besieged and put yourself in danger. Yang Kai ignored it, reached out in the void, and the dragon roared, and the black dragon spear appeared. Shaking out a spear stabbed forward. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black hole flashed away, and at the same time, he whispered, "Brother Fang, you have to be careful." Feeling the terrifying power of this spear, Fang Yu's face became extremely dignified, and the black ball in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, as if to cover the whole world, giving him a sense of unavoidable. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the 1,000-leaf stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Fang Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Fang Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huashang's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear after images, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, 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 a figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it." As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Shu Zhen sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yang. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart. Is this guy a fool? Can this kind of thing be said casually? Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs, but friends with such thoughts should be mentally prepared to be beaten to death by me. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "Also, I have something to say." Speaking of this, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face changed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless auras were locked, and no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai's voice had come slowly from another direction. "If I want to go, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Chapter 41:21. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai slowly walked over from tens of thousands of feet away. The group of people were dumbfounded and stared at him blankly. After a long time, Shu Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm convinced." He completely extinguished the little thought in his heart. Yang Kai first showed extraordinary combat power, and now he took the initiative to expose the space divine technique, which was equivalent to being in an invincible position. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, unless someone could seal this world in advance and prevent the use of the space divine technique. But even so, once a fight really broke out, the sealed world was bound to be broken again. For a time, many people's faces were gloomy and their expressions were solemn. Up until now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the biggest winner in the battle of spirit seizing, and all the other bearers were just foils. They couldn't help but feel depressed. "I wonder what advice Brother Yang has for us?" Ning Dao Ran asked with a frown. Yang Kai had already taken the primordial spirit fruit, but he still didn't leave. Obviously, he had his own intentions, but now no one knew what he was up to. "I don't dare to give advice." Yang Kai glanced at him, I just want to show you a way out. Yang Kai, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Feng looked indignant. He was an elite disciple of the Zhenwu Cave Heaven, but now he couldn't even compare to a guy of unknown origin. He was naturally unhappy. Yang Kai said, "There is only one primordial spirit fruit, and now it is in my hands. If you want to snatch it, you can only kill me, but this should be quite difficult. If you can't take back the primordial spirit fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the holy spirits." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked slightly stern. This was also what they were all worried about. The holy spirits were not so easy to talk to. They had spent so much to cultivate them and improve their strength. Many holy spirits even did not hesitate to consume the power of their own internal alchemy in order to leave the great void realm. Now that their bearers had failed, the first thing to bear the brunt of was how to face the blame and pursuit of those holy spirits after leaving. Do you have any good suggestions? Could it be that you can quell the anger of those divine spirits? Someone shouted loudly. If this was really the case, then their safety would also be guaranteed. Yang Kai smiled. Who can quell the wrath of the Holy Spirit? I don't have that ability yet. However, what if I can help you avoid the search of those holy spirits? If the holy spirits can't find you, they can't do anything to you. Ning Daoran said with interest, I'd like to hear the details. Each of the bearers must have been imprinted with the secret techniques of the saint spirits. Once they left the land of the ancients, no matter how they tried to hide or escape, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the saint spirits. Yang Kai didn't know if he had it on him, but he guessed that he had it. Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and a round bead appeared at his fingertips. Raising it up high, he said in a clear voice, "This thing is the sealed world bead. It contains a world of its own, and can accommodate living beings below the heaven opening stage. If you trust me, you can enter the world inside the bead to take refuge. You will be able to avoid the detection of those divine spirit." The sealed world bead. A world of its own? Isn't that a miniature universe world? Many people were in an uproar as they stared at the sealed world bead in amazement. Artifacts that could accommodate living beings were extremely rare, but the miniature universe world inside the body of a heaven-opening realm cultivator could because it was a miniature universe world. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the holy spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Yang Kai's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was, so who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, "What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain?" Just as Yang Kai had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Yang Kai laughed, "I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elder Land, I'll be able to buy some time to escape." Yang Kai had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the holy spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the Holy Spirit. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Yang Kai's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Ding Yi carried his broadsword and stepped toward Yang Kai, saying straightforwardly, "I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war." In a few steps, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huashang and Ji Yu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Yang Kai before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Shu Zhen pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiong Ying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Yang Kai's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Yang Kai, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Yang, count me in." Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fang Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, "Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits?" These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Yang Kai turned cold and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Yang Kai's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was safe, they would be safe, but if something happened to Yang Kai, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Yang Kai who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Yang Kai responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Yang Kai told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Juyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Yang Kai, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elderland was about to close. Yang Kai emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared outside the Elderland. Almost without delay, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elderland. Now that the Elderland was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Yang Kai held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. Even a mid-rank splitter heaven opening had a chance of detecting it, let alone a powerful divine spirit. However, this was the great cosmological realm, and the power of the sacred spirits was greatly suppressed, which gave Yang Kai an opportunity. The surroundings were in a mess. When the everlasting land was closed, the cultivator who was still in the everlasting land was pushed out and scattered within a radius of a few hundred miles. Yang Kai glanced around and realized that the number of cultivator that made it out alive was not high. There were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. One had to know that there were about 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators when they first entered. It had only been a short while, and so many of them had died. It was clear that the land of everlastings was very dangerous. He didn't dare to stay, nor did he dare to use any power. He could only quietly and slowly move outwards with cautious steps. Chapter 41-22. The divine senses of the sacred spirits intertwined back and forth, causing Yang Kai to stop and hide from time to time. His speed was greatly reduced, and it took him an hour to walk 100 miles. At the same time, outside the land of elders, the faces of many sacred spirits were extremely ugly, because their respective carriers had no aura at all. If it was just one of them, it would be fine. It could only mean that the carriers were unlucky and died accidentally in the land of elders. However, it was a little strange that every sacred spirit was like this. Since ancient times, the land of elders had opened countless times, but there had never been such a strange situation. All the carriers were missing, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Many sacred spirits looked at each other, and they were all puzzled. What exactly happened in the land of the ancients that caused all the bearers to disappear without a trace? On a hillside, Yuhi watched nervously. However, even if she was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm, it was not easy to find Yang Kai among tens of thousands of people. After a long time without any results, she could only look at Zhu Juyin. "Have you found young master?" Zhu Juin's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly. "No, that kid is probably dead." Not being able to leave the land of elders immediately meant that Yang Kai should have met with misfortune. She could not understand. That kid was not weak, and he was the top existence among all the carriers. How could he be defeated? It did not matter if he was defeated, but he had ruined her plans. Could it be that he could not leave the great cosmological realm this time? However, it was unknown when the great cosmological realm would open again. Furthermore, even if the great cosmological realm opened again, no one would be able to break in. "Master is very lucky, he will be fine." Guozian comforted Yuhi. "Miss Yuhi, don't worry. Master might be delayed by something." Zhu Juyin sneered. "When the land of elders closes, everyone will be pushed out. Since Yang Kai did not appear, he will never." As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a direction, and a trace of strange light bloomed in her gloomy eyes. At that moment, she clearly felt Yang Kai's aura flash past. He couldn't help but recall a rare treasure in Yang Kai's hands, and suddenly understood. With a loud boom, a violent energy erupted. Over 1,000 cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Some of the saint spirits couldn't find their bearers and were furious. They attacked in anger. Without any hope of leaving the great cosmological realm, how could this sacred spirit care about the lives of those ants? He started a massacre to vent the anger in his heart. The huge body of the Fei shuttled through the crowd. While sighing, it opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction came out of its mouth, swallowing one martial artist after another into its belly. Previously, Chu Huashang restrained it and prevented it from swallowing martial artists. Now that Chu Huashang was gone, it had no hope of leaving the great cosmological realm. Naturally, it had to eat its fill. Chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of martial artists were horrified. Many of them had narrowly escaped death in the land of the ancients, reaping great wealth and opportunities. They thought that they could soar into the sky, but who knew that before their dreams could come true, they would be annihilated. Figures fled quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, about 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators had been killed or injured. 100 miles away, Yang Kai looked back with a horrified face. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would probably suffer this unexpected calamity now. He tightened the shadowless muslin again and thought to himself. If Zhu Juyin really left some tracking method on me, he should have noticed it by now, right? But no matter what, this was not a place to stay for a long time. At most, he would find a chance to contact Ueha again. Half a day later, the movement behind him gradually subsided. Yang Kai had entered a valley. He quietly dispersed the power of the shadowless veil and quickly covered himself again. Not long later, a flowing light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Yang Kai saw it and snorted coldly. He knew that Zhu Juyin had indeed left a tracking spell on him, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find this place so quickly. The flowing light was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. Yang Kai lifted the shadowless veil and revealed himself. He looked at the flowing light and saw that there were 4 figures in the flowing light. They were Zhu Juyin, Ueha, and the rest. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, "Zhu Juyin, are you an idiot? You can't even notice that there is someone behind you? I am going to be killed by you." After saying that, he turned around and ran. This was because behind Zhu Juyin, there were a few flowing lights that were chasing after him. Among the flowing lights, the leader was Jin Wu. Behind him were Zhu Yang, Hailstone Divine Ape, Kuan Sho, and the rest of the Holy Spirits. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Fei Yi transformed into a 2-headed monster and one of his heads laughed softly. "Brother Jin Wu is really smart. How did you know that there is something wrong with Zhu Juyin?" Jin Wu snorted coldly. "This woman has 3 hostages. If they are useless, why would she keep them? Since she brought the 3 of them away, she would not do it without reason. However, what I don't understand is, where are the other bearers? Why is only the bearer of this bitch here?" Kuan Sho snorted coldly. "We will know after we capture him and interrogate him." Zhu Yang said, "Only this person has appeared among the dozens of bearers. The primordial spirit fruit is most likely in his hands. If we can get him, we can leave the great cosmological abyss. That will depend on our own abilities." "Hey, this brat runs quite fast. Is this the spatial divine technique?" Impressive. With Yang Kai's abilities and speed, it was impossible for him to escape from the pursuit of the Holy Spirits. However, the spatial divine technique provided him with great convenience and allowed him to compete with the Holy Spirits. In front, Zhu Juyin was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. How could she not want to secretly meet up with Yang Kai and make a fortune? However, she did not know what was wrong with Jin Wu. As soon as she moved, Jin Wu chased after her. She could not get rid of him at all. If there was enough time, she could think of a way to get rid of these annoying fellows. However, the closure of the Elder's Land meant that there was not much time left. She did not have the time to play along with Jin Wu and the rest. She could only go straight for Yang Kai. "Brat, stop running." Zhu Juyin quickly approached Yang Kai and asked, "Let me ask you, have you obtained the primordial spirit fruit? If I don't run, am I going to wait for death?" Yang Kai was furious and ran even more fiercely. "As for the primordial spirit fruit, of course I have it. Show me." Zhu Juin's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai almost scolded her. At this time, he could not wait to hide it, but this woman actually wanted him to show it. However, it was no wonder that Zhu Juin would make such a suggestion. Without seeing the primordial spirit fruit, she could not be sure if what Yang Kai said was true or false. If it was true, this fight would still be worth it. If it was false, there was no need to waste any more effort. With a solemn face, Yang Kai raised his right hand and showed the pattern on the back of his hand. Zhu Juin did not understand. "What is this?" Yang Kai said angrily, "The primordial spirit fruit. When the fruit is broken, it becomes this thing." Zhu Juin was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have understood something and suddenly said, "I see. Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was fine that he showed the pattern, but Jin Wu and the rest of the Holy Spirits saw it clearly. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they had realized the key point. Their eyes were like leeches biting on Yang Kai. They were filled with greed and excitement. "Come close to me, I will bring you away." Zhu Juin suppressed the excitement in his heart and transmitted his message. Yang Kai did not even turn his head. He moved quickly and did not care about the consumption of his body. "Let's talk after you can get rid of them." As he spoke, Jin Woo suddenly shouted from behind, "That brat, what did Zhu Juyin promise you? I can double it. Also, if you can bring me away from the great cosmological abyss, I can protect you for 300 years. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yang also hurriedly said, "Brat, I'm willing to give you all of my collection, and I can protect you for 300 years. One of Fei Yi's heads chuckled. "I'll protect you for 500 years. One by one, the Holy Spirits fought to be the first to offer their own conditions. One was more generous than the other, and Yang Kai was very moved. Putting aside the other Holy Spirits' conditions, the key was Jin Woo. The power of his inner core was the power of the metal element. Yang Kai currently lacked the power of the metal element. If he could reach an agreement with him, he would not have to worry about the power of the metal element. When he thought of this, Zhu Juyin obviously thought of this too. She knew that Yang Kai lacked the metal element. She had also searched for metal element treasures for Yang Kai before, but unfortunately, she did not find anything. Afraid that Yang Kai would be moved by Jin Woo, Zhu Juyin snorted coldly. "Brat, don't forget that these 3 people are still in my hand." Before Yang Kai entered the Land of Elders, Zhu Juyin had detained Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guo Ziyan. Unless Yang Kai did not care about their lives, he would definitely be restrained by her. Forget about Lu Shui, Yang Kai did not have any friendship with her. They only interacted because of the Sword Pavilion. Later on, she took the initiative to join him because she wanted to seek a period of peace. However, Yang Kai could not give up on Yu He and Guo Ziyan. The former had helped him a lot, and the latter was even more loyal to him. It was precisely because she wanted to control the 3 of them to restrain Yang Kai that Zhu Juyin did not abandon them. Otherwise, if she brought them along, she would consume more energy and slow down her speed. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Since I have an agreement with you, I will abide by it. You don't have to worry about it." "But how do we solve the current situation?" Zhu Juyin said anxiously. "The Land of Elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore, quickly come to me. The great cosmological realm is also closing." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Juyin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Juyin to catch up. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this, Jin Woo and the others knew that the situation was bad. Once Zhu Juyin and Yang Kai met up, their plan would fail. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jin Woo's eyes as he shouted, "Zhu Juyin, this king can't leave the great cosmological abyss, so don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and roared. A beam of golden light spurted out of his mouth and blasted toward Yang Kai. The golden light was extremely dazzling and shrouded an area of 100 miles. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death looming over him. Although there was an invisible world suppression in the great cosmological abyss that prevented the sacred spirits from unleashing their full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying. Wherever the golden light passed, heaven and earth collapsed and the void was filled with cracks. What made Yang Kai even more horrified was that Jin Woo's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the space within 100 miles. The nomological laws were ruined, and he could not use the space divine technique to teleport away even if he wanted to. A shriek was heard as the aura of a sacred spirit filled the air. A huge phantom of an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind Zhu Juyin. The spider's image filled heaven and earth with a silver crescent moon behind it. It was the Dharma idol of her main body, the heavenly moon demon spider. In an instant, the demonic chi filled the sky. The golden light bombarded the heavenly moon demon spider Dharma idol. The Dharma idol shook slightly and dimmed a little. "Jin Woo, you're courting death." Zhu Juyin was furious, and her pretty face was extremely distorted. Fortunately, She had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been doomed by this attack. Once Yang Kai died, she could forget about using Yang Kai's power to leave the great cosmological abyss. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She had never expected Jin Woo to be so decisive. He would rather not have the opportunity than let others have it easy. This was a classic example of harming others without benefiting oneself. Jin Woo laughed. "Come and kill me if you can, B*TCH. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." He had fought with Zhu Juin for countless of years, and neither of them found each other pleasing to the eye. It was just that their abilities were on par, and after so many years of suffering losses, they couldn't do anything to each other. Now that he saw Zhu Juin's rage, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you still have unrealistic hopes? Since that kid cares about the lives of the 3 hostages, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate with you." These words hit the nail on the head, and the holy spirits who were chasing after them sighed slightly. They didn't hesitate any longer, and started to attack one after another. Terrifying attacks rained down on Yang Kai, intending to kill him on the spot. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. Just now, Jin Woo's single attack was enough to put him on the brink of death. Now, with 7 or 8 saint spirits attacking him at the same time, how could he have a good time? Even with Zhu Juin's full protection, the odds were against him. Without any hesitation, Zhongxian immediately activated the Golden Crow Forging Sunday. A massive sun leaped out from his back and hung high above his head. His aura swiftly surged. Boom boom boom, the attacks of 7 or 8 saint spirits came, and Zhu Juin's physical body was shattered. His mind was shaken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The massive sun was destroyed at the same time, and Yang Kai spat out blood. He was in a sorry state. It was only 1 round of attacks, and Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Zhu Juin blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, he had a strong foundation and a half-dragon body. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. "Hey, this kid is so tough." The Golden Crow was slightly surprised, but that was all. If he could survive the first round of attacks, he wouldn't be able to survive the second round. However, before they could attack again, Yang Kai, who was severely injured, suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the heaven and earth lost Yang Kai's aura. The Golden Crow was stunned. Where did he go? The other holy spirits were also shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Zhu Juin's eyes flashed, and a red blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. His speed increased abruptly, and he escaped in a direction at lightning speed. He obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. "Chase!" The Golden Crow shouted and chased after him. Yang Kai disappeared inexplicably, but as long as they followed Zhu Juin, they would definitely be able to find Yang Kai. Red Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. He took a few deep breaths, and there was a lingering fear on his face. His current strength was not bad, and in the spirit-seizing battle, he suppressed all the heroes. However, compared to the holy spirits, he was still like a piece of cake. It was too easy for the holy spirits to kill him. Just now, he took advantage of the pause in the attacks of the holy spirits to find an opportunity to escape. He used the space spirit bead to return to the Star City directly. This couldn't be helped. If he continued to stay there, he would only attract more terrifying attacks. He was lucky to survive the first round of attacks, but he didn't have the confidence to block the second round. Scanning his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank. His injuries were really serious. His body was ruined, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. Even his Dao seal was shaking. With such terrible injuries, if it was an ordinary person, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the dragon vein in his body. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, there would be a time for him to recover. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of healing spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he silently operated his secret art and adjusted his aura. Before he left, he had sent a message to Zhu Juin. However, the land of everlastingness was not close to Red Star City. He could use the space spirit bead to quickly return. If Zhu Juin wanted to return, it would take at least a day. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Juin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Juin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Juin. This way, he might be able to save some time. 4 hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw 2 behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the land of everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City, but these 2 strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These 2 guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jin Wu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Juin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. 2 black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head, blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The Scarlet Jiao growled and the Earth Dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the 2 guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. And this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon into the small sealed world, when Yang Kai left the great cosmological abyss, these 2 guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai poured his strength into it. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from the pattern, covering the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. Under the cover of the light, these 2 big guys were directly sucked into the strange space. Yang Kai also let out a slight groan. He felt that a small portion of the strength he had just recovered was consumed in an instant. He understood that there was a price to pay to activate this pattern. If it was like this after only taking in the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, if he wanted to take in Zhu Juyin, who knew how much he would have to pay? After all, that woman was a holy spirit, much more powerful than the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. After a while, Yang Kai soared into the sky again and flew in the same direction. Along the way, he did not dare to delay in the slightest, constantly taking spirit pills to restore his strength. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Between heaven and earth, wisps of fog emerged from the endless void. This fog gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. It was the Great Cosmological Abyss fog. Back then, the entire Red Star City was swallowed by this Great Cosmological Abyss fog and wrapped in the Great Cosmological Abyss realm. Now that the fog had reappeared, the previous process would probably be reversed. Chapter 41-24. The Great Cosmological Realm was about to close and all outsiders were about to leave. If he could not meet up with Zhu Juyin before that, He and the others would have to stay there forever. Without any hope of escaping, Zhu Juyin would definitely vent his anger on them. By then, He and the other two would be doomed. Time was of the essence. Yang Kai could not care less about his injured body. He kept urging the space law and his figure flickered as he quickly rushed forward. 2 hours later, the fog had become much thicker and was tumbling as if it was going to fill the world. Yang Kai clearly sensed the aura of another world coming from the fog. He understood that the fog had built a bridge between the great cosmological realm and the outside world. Now, the two worlds had merged. He still could not see Zhu Juin's figure in his field of vision, which made him secretly anxious. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a stream of light rushing over from the front. Who else could it be but Zhu Juin? At this critical moment, the two finally met. However, the situation was still not very optimistic. Behind Zhu Juin, Jin Wu and the other holy spirits were chasing after him. Zhu Juin also saw Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly approached him. Before she could get close, a spider silk wrapped around Yang Kai and continued to run. "Why haven't we gotten rid of them yet?" Yang Kai asked in dissatisfaction. He had used the space spirit bead to escape back to Star City. First, he had to escape. Jin Wu and the other holy spirits wanted to kill him. The more he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Second, he wanted to distract them and create an opportunity for Zhu Juin to get away. Who knew that it was not effective? Zhu Juin snorted coldly. "I am not good at speed. It is easier said than done to get rid of them." As she spoke, her face turned slightly pale. In order to rush back to Red Star City as soon as possible, she had to activate the secret skill that consumed her blood essence. In addition, she had been chased by Jin Wu and the others all the way and had suffered serious injuries. If she was alone, she would not be so useless. The key was that she had He and the other two with her, and she had to split her attention to protect them. He and the others were her means of restraining Yang Kai, but they had also become her hindrance during the pursuit, causing her to suffer quite a bit. However, she did not dare to give up on any of them, otherwise, if she angered Yang Kai, she would not be able to bear the consequences. "Brat, we're in big trouble now." Zhu Juin's face was gloomy. Now that she had met up with Yang Kai, she had completed the first step of her grand plan. Next, she just had to enter the strange space on the back of Yang Kai's hand. When the great cosmological realm closed and Yang Kai left, she would be able to leave this place. However, this would take some time. Although it would only take a few breaths of time, it would be enough for Jin Wu and the others to kill Yang Kai 1,000 times over. "Can you use your previous method to leave?" Zhu Juyin asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "You've also noticed that the auras of those guys have sealed the world. They should be preventing me from using the same trick again." The moment he met up with Zhu Juin, Jin Wu and the others had activated their auras with all their might, sealing off a large area of heaven and earth. They had suffered losses from Yang Kai before, so how could they not be on guard against him now? However, Yang Kai paused for a moment. "If you have the means to break through their seal, then we can escape. You can do it, right?" "I'll try." Zhu Juin nodded solemnly. "Hand them over to me," Yang Kai said. Zhu Juin glanced at him, feeling a little worried. Yang Kai said angrily, "What time is it now?" Are you still guarding against me going back on my word? Now that the great cosmological realm's fog has appeared, there is not much time left. Who else can I cooperate with besides you? Zhu Juin's face relaxed slightly. I hope you're not lying to me. Saying so, he let go of he and the others. Kai Yang told them to relax and immediately took out his scepter bag. Wrapping the three of them up, he wrapped them up inside the bag. These three were all at the heaven-opening realm, so the small sealed world could not accommodate them, so he could only put them in the 6 directions wish pouch. After a while, the surrounding fog had become thicker and thicker, almost turning into a sea of fog. Jin Wu and the others obviously realized that there was not much time left, and all of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Bursts of light burst out from their bodies as they quickly closed the distance between each other, shouting endlessly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Juin's soft arm, saying in a deep voice, "Let's do it." Zhu Juin shouted in a low voice, "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from her tender body, and the heavenly moon demon spider's Dharma idol reappeared. Its 8 claws danced, and the silver moon mark on its back bloomed with light. Spider silk pierced through the void and struck towards Jin Wu and the others. The divine spirits who were chasing after them were furious and counterattacked. Energy raged, and the world changed color. Zhu Juin groaned as his Dharma idol collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. She fought with 7 or 8 divine spirits alone, and suffered a great loss in an instant. Even her source was damaged, and her aura that had reached its peak suddenly fell to the bottom. The result of the fight between the divine spirits was that a gap appeared in this sealed world in an instant. This is the time, let's go. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he activated the space spirit bead to wrap around himself and Zhu Juin, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, 7 or 8 attacks blasted the place where the two were originally at, shattering the void, but the two were nowhere to be seen. Jin Wu and the others chased after them, and their divine senses swept around, but they found nothing. How could they not know that Yang Kai had escaped again? They could not help but roar angrily at the sky. The other divine spirits also sighed slightly, knowing that the final winner of the opening of the Great Void Realm this time would still be Zhu Juin. In front of the thatched cottage on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Kai had once cultivated his spear skills here, and he had spent 2 years there. Naturally, the space spirit bead was left here as well. He did not dare to return to Star City, for fear that Jin Wu and the others would chase after him, so Crouching Dragon Mountain was his first choice. Jin Wu and the others would not know about such a place, and they would not have the time to search for it. It could be said that the two of them were completely safe here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Zhu Juin staring at him with a cold look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grinned at her and flipped down from her body. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. Zhu Juin did not move, and she lay quietly beside Yang Kai. The last attack had already exhausted a lot of her energy and strength, and she had also collided with Jin Wu and the others. She had already suffered serious injuries, and she did not even have the strength to move a finger. Blinking slightly, Zhu Juin suddenly laughed, and it was as pleasant as a silver bell. After getting rid of the crisis, she could finally get what she wanted. She no longer needed to be trapped in the great cosmological abyss. When she was in the outside world, she could soar up to 90,000 miles with her status as a sacred spirit. Protect me for 1,000 years, and your collection will all belong to me, Yang Kai suddenly said, which made Zhu Juin's laughter stop abruptly. Kid, don't go overboard. Zhu Juin suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to look at him. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said calmly, "You can consider it slowly, I'm not in a hurry." He was indeed not in a hurry, but Zhu Juin was not. The fog of the great cosmological abyss was already very thick, and it could send him away at any time. Zhu Juin did not have much time to consider. If she wanted to leave the great cosmological abyss, she could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Ever since Zhu Juin took the initiative to find him and asked him to be the carrier, Yang Kai had never discussed any conditions with her. The other carriers had already discussed with the sacred spirits behind them. It was not that Yang Kai did not know how to ask for benefits, But he had been waiting for this moment when Zhu Juyin could not refuse. Brat, have you forgotten who taught you the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra? Who gave you the Daoi Divine Water to help you stabilize your Dao seal? Who put in the effort to find the metal element treasure for you? Zhu Juyin gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, I didn't forget. However, all your efforts were so that I could help you fight for the opportunity to leave. As it turns out, I didn't disappoint you, right? As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the pattern on the back of his hand in front of Zhu Juyin. As for the metal element treasure, you didn't find it either. I want to say something about this. Jin Wu's inner core is the power of the metal element. If I cooperated with him, I could get the greatest benefits. However, I didn't because I'm an honest person. Since I have an agreement with you, I have to keep it to the end. Zhu Juyin really wanted to spit on his face. If she had not taken he and the others as hostages, how could Yang Kai have obediently given in? He would have abandoned her and gone to find Jin Wu. She firmly believed that Yang Kai was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Your conditions are too harsh. Zhu Juyin suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to bargain. Money is just a worldly possession. You can't bring it with you when you're born. Yang Kai chuckled. Moreover, as a sacred spirit, once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you can recover to your peak and be comparable to a 7th or 8th grade heaven opening. Why do you need those worldly possessions? Zhu Juyin snorted. I can give you the things, but 1,000 years is too long. A sacred spirit has a long life. 1,000 years is just a moment. Brat, do you believe that I won't kill you? Do you still have the strength to make a move? Zhu Juyin took a deep breath and puffed up her full breasts. 300 years. 1,000 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. 800 years. Zhu Juyin was a little hysterical. 1,000 years. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not relent. Oh no, this fog seems to have gotten thicker. I'm afraid I have to leave this place. Bastard. Zhu Juin's lungs were about to explode. Yang Kai smiled. So you agree? Words are no proof. Swear on your own origin. 1,000 years later, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhu Juyin said fiercely. She opened her small mouth and spat out the origin of the heavenly moon demon spider. That origin was also a small 8-legged spider, but its color was dim. It was obviously injured. Chapter 41-25. Zhu Juyin solemnly swore before withdrawing her origin source back into her body. Yang Kai was also relieved. Zhu Juyin was too strong, but swearing on one's origin source was not a joke. It was just like how a cultivator swore on their own Dao seal. If there was no special method to avoid the oath, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a backlash. As for 1,000 years later, let's talk about it if you can defeat me. Yang Kai chuckled. Everything was in place. Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed his back at Zhu Juyin. He activated his power and said, "Come in." A ray of light shot out from the pattern and shrouded Zhu Juyin, putting her into that strange space. Yang Kai's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that it would take a lot of power to put Zhu Juyin into that space, he was almost drained. The next moment, Zhu Juin's angry voice sounded in his mind. Why are these two little fellows here? It's so crowded. Yang Kai did not want to move at all. He lay there with his arms and legs spread out. He replied weakly, "It's just a ride. Bear with it." He thought to himself, no wonder only one sacred spirit can laugh until the end in every spirit-seizing battle. He did not notice it when he kept the red flood dragon and the earth dragon. Now that he had kept Zhu Juyin, he immediately felt that the strange space was almost full. No wonder Zhu Juyin said it was so crowded. This strange space could only accommodate one sacred spirit at most. It could not accommodate a second one. A cool breeze blew, and the fog rolled. Yang Kai's breathing slowly calmed down. Not long after, The fog filled the entire great cosmological abyss. He could not see his fingers in front of him. It seemed like it was only an instant, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the fog dispersed again, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of noise. He opened his eyes and saw that he was already in a void. Tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered around him. Some were shouting excitedly, and some were crying tears of joy as if they had been reborn. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. More than 10 years ago, the fog of the great cosmological abyss had swept across Star City and engulfed the entire Star City. More than 10 years later, the fog of the great cosmological abyss sent them back again. Back then, there had been millions of people in the entire Star City, but now, less than 20,000 or 30,000 of them had come out alive. Many cultivators had been buried in the great cosmological abyss in the past 10 years, and only a small number of them had survived. Yang Kai immediately checked his small sealed world bead and found that he had brought back all the saint medicines he had obtained. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the principles of the Great Void Realm would not intercept non-physical bodies. If the 3 saint medicines had been intercepted, Yang Kai would have been depressed. Pu Baixiong and the black illusion mushroom were one thing, but the gourd vine was a precious treasure. In the small sealed world bead, the cultivators stayed in a certain district territory, either meditating or looking around curiously. However, as the master of the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai deliberately limited their range of activity, so they could not spy on the full picture of the small sealed world bead. After the initial excitement, many cultivators scattered. It was not easy to escape from death, so naturally, they did not dare to stay here any longer. It would be bad if the fog of the great cosmological abyss swept back again. Waves of cultivators said goodbye to each other and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai waited for a long time before he recovered some strength. With a thought, he released all the cultivators in the small sealed world bead. As soon as the dozens of people appeared, some of them did not react. After a while, Shuzhen said in surprise, "We're out?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fortunately, we did not disappoint. The great cosmological abyss has closed, so we left safely." Shuzhen turned his head to look at him and could not help but be surprised when he saw his miserable appearance. He sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you've suffered." Although he did not know what Yang Kai had encountered before, he could guess that he must have suffered a lot. After all, so many cultivators entered the land of immortality, but only he came out, so the divine spirits would definitely not let him go easily. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Shuzhen cupped his fists solemnly. Everyone also cupped their fists in unison. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." If Yang Kai had not hidden them in the small sealed world, they would have been found by the divine spirits behind them as soon as they left the land of immortality. Many of them might have died because of that. It could be said that Yang Kai's previous actions had saved their lives, so it was a life-saving grace. "It's my duty." Yang Kai returned the gesture. "I haven't returned for many years. The sect must be worried. I'll go first. Brother Yang, if you go to the Carefree territory in the future, please be sure to come to Carefree Blessed Land as a guest. This Ning will welcome you with open arms." Ning Dao Ran put one hand on his chest and invited sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have heard of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. If there is a chance, I will go and see it." Ning Dao Ran nodded, turned around, and left. "I have to go back and report, Yang Kai. I will repay this kindness in the future. Don't die too early." Lin Feng snorted coldly, cupped his fist slightly, and chased after Ning Dao Ran. "I'm leaving too. Little brother Yang, come and play with me when you have time." Chu Huashang said, flicking a token to Yang Kai. "With this token, you can enter and exit the Yin-Yang paradise." Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. "Senior Sister Chu, take care." Xu Zhan and Jiyu Pan also left after the 3 of them. They were from the Blessed Enclave, so it was understandable that they were in such a hurry to leave. The opening of the great cosmological realm was a major event, and so many people were involved this time. Everyone who came out alive had a chance encounter, especially the bearers, who had gained a lot. Many of them had condensed the strength of level 6 and level 7. They had to hurry back and report this matter to their masters. Perhaps the blessed enclave would absorb many people here to enrich their own heritage. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The sooner they act, the better. Once the news completely broke out, it would be too late to recruit. Before leaving, Shu Zhan and Jiyu Pan also gave Yang Kai a token, telling Yang Kai that as long as he was near their sect, he could use this token to contact them. Yang Kai naturally put it away carefully. He also wanted to ask Jiyu Pan to inquire more about Zhong Ruoshi, but there were too many people around. It was not very convenient, so he gave up. Anyway, with the token given by Jiyu Pan, he could go to Lang Ye Paradise when he was free. In the following time, one by one, the bearers left. Everyone said goodbye to Yang Kai before leaving. They had gained a lot of benefits in the Great Void Realm this time, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay any longer to avoid any accidents. Some of these bearers were unknown, while others were elite disciples of various forces. As a result, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of tokens, as many as 20 to 30 of them. Watching them leave, Yang Kai was soon left with no one around him. Suddenly, his heart moved. This time, although he had obtained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm, not to mention the huge amount of cultivation materials, he had even abducted a holy spirit and reached an agreement with it to protect him for 1,000 years. There was also the harvest in the land of immortality, 3 saint medicines, Tai Yi divine purification water, and even 16 world fruits and the root of a world tree. But in addition to these visible benefits, there was also an invisible benefit. That was the friendship of the many bearers. These guys had all been greatly cultivated by the holy spirits in the Great Void Realm. If they could grow up, each of them would become famous and stir up a storm. It was almost foreseeable that in hundreds or thousands of years, the 3,000 realms would definitely be their world. In this era where the winds and clouds gathered, Yang Kai was lucky enough to be a part of it. He couldn't help but feel proud. "Brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go?" A figure flashed over. It was Ding Yi. As soon as this guy came out, he gathered his old subordinates. Di Tian was brought up by him, and there were originally many of them, but they had suffered heavy casualties in the land of immortality. After coming out, many of them were slaughtered by the holy spirits. Moreover, this was originally a loose organization. The cultivator in the Great Void Realm had only joined to seek survival. Now that they had left the Great Void Realm, many people were naturally unwilling to stay. Now, there were only a few hundred people gathered around Ding Yi. These people were not from any sect or background. They had huddled together in the Great Void Realm for warmth. Now that they had nowhere to go after leaving the Great Void Realm, they gathered around Ding Yi again. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Before being swept into the Great Void Realm by the fog of the Great Void Realm, he could be considered a member of the First Inn. However, at that time, Bai Qi had been plotted against when she was advancing to split open the heavens, and she was almost dead. In a rage, the lady boss had chased after Qi Jin and the others. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he didn't know how the situation was. Ding Yi grinned. "If you have nowhere to go, why don't you team up with me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, what good places do you have to go?" Ding Yi said heroically, "This time, I'll find a place in the spiritual state, establish a sect, and make a name for myself." Good ambition. Yang Kai praised. If it was the previous Ding Yi, he definitely wouldn't be qualified, but he had also obtained great benefits in the Great Void Realm. As long as he could advance to split open the heavens, he would be at least a 5th grade or even 6th grade expert. Such a cultivation base was enough to establish a sect. If I can get Brother Yang's help, great things can be expected. If Brother Yang is willing to join us, I'll give up the position of the leader. Ding Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He sighed at his own inferiority and tried his best to rope him in. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I appreciate Brother Ding's kindness, but I have other important matters to attend to. I can't spare any time." Ding Yi looked disappointed and sighed. "That's a pity." However, he was cheerful by nature and quickly composed himself. "In that case, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Take care. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Little ones, let's go. Follow me to make a name for ourselves and let these 3,000 worlds tremble under our feet. Ha 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 ha. Ding Yi raised his arm and shouted, leading hundreds of people and leaving valiantly and spiritedly. Yang Kai stared in the direction he left and shook his head with a smile. Ding Yi's lofty aspirations made him envious, but this guy was also troublesome. In order to improve his strength, the Baifang had condensed a 7th grade fire element for him, so his advancement to split open the heavens might not be so smooth. Chapter 41-26. When a cultivator condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, the higher the quality, the better. Instead, the more suitable it was for the cultivator. Everyone had limits. The limits of the physical body, the limits of the Tao seal, and the limits of the foundation. These limits could not be seen or touched, but they limited the development of a cultivator. If the quality of the condensed power exceeded these limits, it might not be a good thing. Although Ding Yi's aptitude was not bad, it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to bear the impact of the 7th grade power. This could be seen from the backlash he suffered when he used the power of fire to attack. Ding Yi was not the only one. Many other bearers would face the same situation as Ding Yi. If they did not solve this problem, they would definitely face a disaster when they advanced to the heavens. However, this was someone else's business after all, so Yang Kai could not care less. He then released Yu He, Lu Shui, Guoziyan, and the others from the Rui pouch. When the 3 of them learned that they had left the great cosmological abyss and returned to the outside world, everyone was overjoyed. At this time, there was no one around. Those who should have left had already left, and only Yang Kai's group remained. After glancing at Yu He, Yang Kai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. The reason he had interacted with Yu He was that this woman was afraid that the lady boss would find trouble with her, so she had taken him as a hostage. Who knew that she would be swallowed by the great cosmological abyss's fog in the star market? They had spent more than 10 years together in the great cosmological abyss, helping each other through thick and thin, and the previous grudges had long disappeared. However, since they had left the great cosmological abyss, it was time to part ways. Yu He was obviously aware of this, and the joy of leaving the great cosmological abyss was diluted. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes without saying a word. "Master, where should we go now?" Guoziyan asked with cupped fists. He used to be the great commander of Crimson Star, but now that the star market was no longer there, he had long broken away from Crimson Star and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai took out the map of the universe, looked at their current location, and then looked for the star market where the first inn was located. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This was really far. If they wanted to return to the first inn, they would have to cross at least 5 territory. It would take at least a few months to fly there without relying on the Qian Kun escape technique. Yang Kai turned to Yu He and asked, "Do you want to come with me and admit your wrongs?" Yu He was, and the lady Yu He was. She Yu He and Qi Jin, they should have been very good for many years. But for some reason, they became enemies from time to time and even caused Yu and Qi. Yu sometimes, but Qi was. Had Yu did not cause, and Yu. And what mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Yu turned her head to the side and pouted. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Since we're sisters, why should we become enemies? Let's sit down and talk it out. The lady boss is not an unreasonable person." Yu was silent for a while before whispering, "Young master wants me to apologize, so I'll apologize. At worst, I'll be beaten to death by her." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary. Come with me to see the lady boss. If the lady boss really wants to beat you, I'll help you stop her." Yu nodded. Yang Kai turned to Lu Shui and asked, "What about you? Do you have anywhere you want to go?" Lu Shui's eyes were filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. Sword Pavilion was gone, and she was now a poor homeless person. However, she was still a 4th-stage heaven splitter. She was not weak, so it should not be a problem for her to make a living. Even if she wanted to join some second-class force, she should be very welcome. We're going to a star market. If you don't mind, you can come with us, Yang Kai suggested. When they arrived at the star market, she could go wherever she wanted. Yang Kai naturally would not care about her. Lu Shui said, all right. He did not ask Guo Ziyan. Since this guy and the other group had become his subordinates, they naturally had to go with him. Although the first inn could not accommodate so many people, when they arrived at the star market, it should not be a big deal to ask the lady boss to help them find a way to make a living. The main reason was that this group of people was loyal, and all of them had obtained great benefits in the great cosmological realm. If they could grow up, they would be a force to be reckoned with and could become his team in the future in the 3000 worlds. After the discussion, Yang Kai planned a route to the territory where the first inn was located. He planned to go to the first inn to report his safety to the lady boss and Old White, then settle Guo Ziyan and the others down before returning to the star boundary. In the land of the ancients, he had obtained a root of the world tree. The root was very mysterious and had the power to stabilize the world, so he could not wait to return to the star boundary and see if the root of the world tree could repair the star boundary. If it could, then he would have no more worries. If it could not, then he would continue to search for the world tree that Ada mentioned. As long as the crisis of the star boundary was not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. As they sped along, Yuhi's mind was in a mess. She was probably very nervous. After all, she had made a big mistake before. Now that she was going to see the lady boss, she was quite nervous. She didn't know if the lady boss would forgive her. Yang Kai did not have the time to comfort her. He had consumed too much energy in the great cosmological realm, so he had been working hard to restore his strength. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly whispered, "Someone has been following us." Yang Kai was startled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a small black figure in the distance. It was too far away, so Yang Kai could not see what the person looked like. He only knew that the other party was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. He knew that he had been in the limelight in the great cosmological realm and had been in the limelight. He was afraid that he had been targeted by someone. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe, so the heaven-opening realm could not display too much strength. He was invincible in the Emperor realm, so naturally there would be people who were unhappy with him. Or perhaps it was because of benefits. After all, he had reaped too many benefits in the great cosmological realm. Just the income from Kaixing alone was enough to make people jealous, not to mention the gains he had made from several adventures. Wealth moved people's hearts. Now that he had left the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm was no longer restrained. He was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon in the sea, so it was not surprising that someone would target him. Although Yang Kai was not afraid, he was too lazy to cause any trouble. He led the three of them to constantly change directions in an attempt to get rid of the person behind them, but that person was like a maggot in one's bones, chasing after them relentlessly, which made Yang Kai furious. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait, there's something strange ahead." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed and looked forward. Yang Kai also scanned with his divine sense, but found nothing. This was not surprising. After all, he was still in the Emperor realm, and his foundation was not as good as Lu Shui's fourth stage heaven-opening realm. It was natural that the other party could find something that he could not. He turned his head to look at Yu He. This woman had been absent-minded all the way. Logically speaking, her fifth stage heaven-opening realm cultivation was much stronger than Lu Shui's, so she should be the first to discover any abnormalities. But in fact, if it were not for Lu Shui's reminder, Yang Kai would not even have known that he was being targeted. Yu He finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes cold. Her divine sense swept out, and her gaze fixed in front of her. She raised her hand and gently pressed forward. This palm did not have the slightest bit of aura, but the world force behind it surged. A layer of ripples appeared in front of them, as if a layer of fog had been lifted, and several dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Sweeping his gaze over these people's faces, Yang Kai sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you." The people blocking their way were not bystanders, but Scarlet Star's people. Led by Great Master Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan were all here. Apart from mid-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators like them, the rest were all low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were quite a lot of people, more than 40 of them. Needless to say, the ones tailing them should be Scarlet Star's people. Yang Kai's heart sank slightly, and he hurriedly contacted Zhu Juyin. Trouble is coming, please help. Although he had Yu He, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and Lu Shui, a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, the other party's lineup was too strong. Scarlet Star's Great Master Zhao Baichuan was also a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the remaining few 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators were all 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. Not only did they far outnumber them, but their strength was also far ahead of them. If they fought, Scarlet Star would definitely defeat them. Now, their only chance of victory was Zhu Juyin. As long as she could make a move, with the power of her Saint Spirit, these 5th and 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivators would only be food. He knew that he had been riding on Scarlet Star's head all these years, and now she was here for revenge. He had placed all his hopes on Zhu Juyin, but who knew that this woman would reply, "Run, I can't fight for a while." Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean? He used Zhu Juyin as a trump card, but who knew he would get such a reply? Zhu Juyin said, "Firstly, my origin is damaged and needs to be repaired. If I fight, it will only increase my injuries. Secondly, I was born and raised in the Great Cosmological Abyss, and the laws of the Great Cosmological Abyss are different from the outside world. Even if I make a move, I won't be able to unleash all my power. I need some time to adapt to the laws of the outside world." "A certain time? How long will that be?" Yang Kai asked. 3 to 5 months. Or a year and a half, 10 to 20 years. "I can't say for sure," Zhu Juyin replied seriously, but her tone was full of schadenfreude. Yang Kai almost scolded her. He knew that Zhu Juyin's origin was damaged. At the last moment, she forcefully blocked the attacks of 7 to 8 saint spirits by herself, so she definitely wouldn't be unscathed. Furthermore, a damaged origin was an extremely terrifying injury to any saint spirit, and she indeed needed to recuperate carefully. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. However, to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, Yang Kai didn't know if what she said was true or not. However, this was a serious matter, and Zhu Juyin wouldn't lie to him, so this was very likely to be true. Chapter 41-27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. "If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath." As a Dao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Juyin would definitely suffer a backlash. "Zhu Juyin, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running?" The secret communication with Zhu Juyin only took a moment. On the other side, Yu He looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, "I wonder why Headmaster is blocking the way here." It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai, "I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave." She had a 5th stage heaven-opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Kaixing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chen Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. "Greetings, Consecrator Yang, Miss Yu He." He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, "Is there something, Headmaster Chen?" Chen Tianfei said, "It's nothing, I just want to ask where you are going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us?" "Where are you going?" Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. "Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go. Consecrator Yang is also considered a consecrator of Kaixing. We are all on the same side. If Consecrator Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay, so that we don't have to wander around?" Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him. And looking at Chen Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What did they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Juyin. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Juyin had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chen Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Juyin out. Although Zhu Juyin was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Juyin out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility, so that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Kai Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. Master Chen's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Kai Xing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Kai Xing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you are willing, you can follow me. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed, where does foreign elder want to go? Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end. There is a star city here. I want to go there. Star City? Chen Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled. I forgot to tell you, this king was born in the first inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the first inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her. Madame Lan? Chen Tianfei was shocked, and even Zhao Baichuan, who had been calm all this while, narrowed his eyes. Madame Qin hesitated. Could it be that Madame Lan knew Ruo Lan? In this trichiliocosm, there were not many famous women. Many people had heard of the lady boss's reputation, and this Madame Qin was also a woman, so she knew a lot about the deeds of the lady boss. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Madame Qin. Madame also knows my lady boss? Madame Qin smiled embarrassedly. She is very famous, like thunder in my ears. This was the person she worshipped, and she had thought more than once that if she could reach Madame Lan's level in this lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chen Tianfei was surprised. So the consecrator is from the first inn? Yang Kai blushed with shame. I'm ashamed, I'm just following the lady boss's orders. Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Zhao Baichuan, vaguely feeling that things were getting a little tricky. They were indeed trying to harm Yang Kai by stopping him here. After all, he had snatched countless treasures from Crimson Star over the years, so how could they be willing to let him go? Moreover, the Divine Origin magnet stones that Yang Kai had harvested from the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain were also a huge fortune. They had heard that Yang Kai had collected quite a few 6th-grade Divine Origin magnet stones. The Star City was destroyed, and Crimson Star had also suffered heavy losses this time. If they wanted to make a comeback, they would need a huge amount of resources, which was why they had targeted Yang Kai. But now, they actually learned that this guy was from the first inn. They had never been clear about Yang Kai's origins, and only now did they know that he was related to the first inn. No wonder the Emperor realm had such a strong foundation. With Madame Lan's careful guidance, it was not surprising. After saying so much, do you want to go to the first inn with me? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. This old man has long heard of the first inn's great name. In my early years, I have also made a few transactions with the first inn, and it is indeed a fair trade. However, what can we do if we go to the first inn? As far as I know, it is not so easy to enter the first inn. Yang Kai smiled. Normal people naturally can't enter, but if you bosses are willing to suffer a little, this king can guarantee that you can do odd jobs and such, right? Zhao Baichuan's eyes twitched, and Chen Tianfei laughed dryly. They were all mid-level heaven splitters, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't go to the extent of doing odd jobs, right? If this spread out, how could they face others in the future? Zhao Baichuan immediately said decisively, this Zhao appreciates revered elders' good intentions, but people like us are used to wandering the clouds and wild cranes. I'm afraid we won't be able to stand any restrictions. This first inn is fine. That's a pity. Yang Kai sighed and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. With Boss Chen's looks, I originally wanted to let him exercise more to lose weight. Chen Tianfei smiled along, but his face was about to stiffen. Zhao Baichuan said, "This trip will take us through several large territories. The journey is long, and there may be dangers ahead. If revered elder doesn't mind, let us escort you." There is no need to go through so much trouble." Yang Kai raised his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to come and take advantage of me, I will definitely make sure they do not return." The moment he raised his hand, the pattern on the back of his hand flashed slightly, and at the same time, a divine spirit aura spread out. This was naturally the result of the communication between Yang Kai and Zhu Juyin. It was not convenient for Zhu Juyin to make a move, but releasing a strand of divine spirit aura was not a problem. Zhao Baichuan and the rest's faces changed, cold sweat drenched their backs. Without leaving a trace, Zhao Baichuan took a few steps back and cupped his hands. "Since that is the case, then I will not delay, revered elder." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "We will meet again, we will meet again." He led Yu He and the rest and walked past them, leaving behind a trail of dust. When they were far away, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "That fellow actually brought Zhu Juyin out?" The Ouyang brothers' faces were also ashen. Ouyang Lai said, "The might of a divine spirit is truly terrifying." When that strand of divine spirit aura spread out, he did not even have the courage to resist. He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death in the next moment. Ouyang Bing looked at Zhao Baichuan with admiration. "Great Master is wise, you did not fall out with him at the first moment. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Chen Tianfei smiled apologetically. "Great Master is naturally wise, but now that that brat brought Zhu Juyin out, I am afraid we cannot do anything to him." As they spoke, the group looked at Zhao Baichuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy, his eyes were overflowing with light. It was obvious that he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction Yang Kai left, and said with hatred, "Damn it, we fell into his trap." "What?" Chen Tianfei and the rest looked at him in confusion. "This brat was bluffing just now, chase after him." Zhao Baichuan shouted and took the lead to run forward. Chen Tianfei and the rest did not dare to delay and followed behind. Madame Qin asked, "Great Master, you said that brat was bluffing just now?" Zhao Baichuan snorted. If he was not bluffing, why would he take the initiative to mention the First In and Madame Lan? Why would he expose Zhu Juyin's aura? What kind of person is that brat? You have known him for so many years, don't you know? If he really had some tricks up his sleeve, why would he be so polite to us? I'm afraid he would have already taken advantage of us and taught us a lesson. Everyone's heart sank, thinking carefully, it was indeed so. The first time Yang Kai crossed paths with Kai Xing was when he forced his way into Kai Xing and killed Gan Hong and the femme fatale, the two leaders. Then, he showed his strength to crush everyone, acting like a tyrant in Star City, madly exploiting Kai Xing's benefits. It could be said that such a person was very difficult to get along with, but when Yang Kai spoke to them just now, he was very polite. In these few years, when did Yang Kai treat them with such a face? The more he acted like that, the more it showed that he was guilty. They all felt that Zhao Baichuan's words made sense, exposing the relationship between the First In and Madame Lan, and revealing Zhu Juyin's aura. Could it be that he was using Madame Lan's power to intimidate others? Chen Tianfei was cautious by nature. He hesitated. "But Great Master, if he is deliberately showing weakness, what should we do?" Zhao Baichuan snorted. "Whether he is bluffing or deliberately showing weakness, we will know when we catch up with him." At the same time, thousands of miles away, Yang Kai, Yu He, and the rest were escaping quickly. Yu He was puzzled. "Young Master, why are you running so fast?" Yang Kai said with a serious face, "I don't have much contact with Zhao Baichuan, but this person can become the leader of Kai Xing. He is definitely not a simple person. What I said just now can scare him for a while, but it can't scare him forever. Who knows when he will come to his senses and chase after us? It is better to leave quickly." Chapter 41-28. After a cup of tea's time, Yu He's expression changed as she cried out in alarm, "Oh no, they've really caught up." Yang Kai turned his head back and saw several dozen streaks of light rushing over. His heart was filled with resentment. Being weak really was frustrating, being bullied everywhere without being able to resist. Turning to Lu Shui, he said, "I'm afraid this matter can't be settled peacefully. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better part ways with me here." Lu Shui glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, not expecting him to think of this at this time. Her heart warmed slightly as she shook her head. "Even if we part ways now, I can't get rid of the responsibility. If I stay, I'll be able to increase my strength." Yang Kai nodded, not bothering to persuade her, directly summoning his wish pouch and covering her and Guoziyan. The two understood and did not resist, being put into the pouch by Yang Kai. Leaving Yu He behind to look after each other, he quickly fled. Firstly, Yu He had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation, so her speed was not slow. Secondly, if something unexpected happened, with Yu He by his side, he could block it for a bit. Guoziyan was a 2nd stage heaven opening, and Lu Shui was a 4th stage heaven opening, so bringing them along would undoubtedly slow them down, so it was better to just put them into the wish pouch. Sure enough, there's a trick. This boy is too cunning. Behind them, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. If Yang Kai really had nothing to fear, he would not have immediately increased his speed after discovering them. The more Yang Kai acted like this, the more it showed that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chen Tianfei even suspected that he did not bring Zhu Juyin out at all. The divine spirit aura he felt before might not have been released by Zhu Juyin himself. Although that divine spirit aura was not fake, it could have been released through other means, such as Zhu Juyin planting some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai in advance. He's running pretty fast. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. His brother Ouyang Bing said, "That Yu He is a 5th stage heaven opening, after all. Only First Master can match her speed." He tried to flatter him without leaving a trace. Madame Qin was puzzled. Why did those two suddenly disappear just now? Chen Tianfei said, "That little brat surnamed Yang seems to have an artifact that can accommodate living creatures. Weren't the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon suddenly released by him?" Everyone had witnessed the battle where Yang Kai killed Gan Hong and the femme fatale. Although it had been many years, the scene was still vivid in their minds. Thinking about it carefully, they knew that Guoziyan and Lu Shui, who were slightly weaker, must have been taken away by Yang Kai. Great Master Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. He raised his hand, and a bright light flashed in his hand. An object suddenly spun and rapidly expanded, turning into 100 zhong tall mountain. "All of you, come in," the Great Master bellowed and was the first to rush into the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that the Great Master was serious this time. He had even taken out this artifact. Without hesitation, they all rushed into the mountain. There were quite a few spirit peaks in the mountain. Several dozen heaven-opening experts stood on the spirit peaks and poured their strength into the mountain. The head boss stood on the tallest peak, controlling the situation and controlling the technique. The 300-meter tall mountain immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was ridiculously fast. In front, Yu He sensed the movement and turned her head to look back, her pretty face paling. Zhao Baichuan even took out the 100 tempering peak. How shameless. This 100 tempering peak was not only a secret art artifact, but also a defensive artifact and a flight artifact. It could be said to have many uses in one body. It was quite famous among mid-rank heaven-opening cultivators, so it was not surprising that Yu He knew about it. Originally, she had relied on her 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivation to flee with Yang Kai, not inferior to Kai Xing and the others in terms of speed. After all, although Kai Xing was also a 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivator, Zhao Baichuan was the only one. The remaining masters were all 4th-rank heaven-opening cultivators while the others were all low-rank heaven-opening cultivators. Their cultivations were uneven and their speed could not be unified. But now, with this 100 tempering peak, everyone could work together. Not only could they move together, but their speed was also much faster. While speaking, Yu He also hurriedly summoned her own flight-type artifact, which was a small boat. Pulling Yang Kai onto the boat, she turned into a stream of light and moved forward. However, The grade of his flight-type artifact was obviously not as good as Zhao Baichuan's 100 tempering peak. What's more, there were dozens of heaven-opening cultivators on the 100 tempering peak working together. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The distance of thousands of kilometers quickly turned into thousands of kilometers, then hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Baichuan's voice came from behind, directly pouring into the hearts of Yang Kai and Yu He, two friends. This Zhao suddenly remembered something and needs to discuss it carefully with Foreign Elder Yang. I hope Foreign Elder Yang can make it convenient. Although he had pursued them to this point, he still did not directly shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was careful. In the end, although he was confident that his speculation would not be wrong, he was also afraid of the aura of the divine spirit from before. Everything had to be prepared. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Zhao Baichuan was able to build a foundation in the vast trichiliocosm without any foundation or background. Otherwise, he would have died countless times long ago. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, looking at Zhao Baichuan coldly, and snorted, "What else does Chief want to discuss with this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan said, "This matter is of great importance, and it concerns the survival of my Crimson Star. I must explain it clearly face to face, foreign elder, please wait." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could he not know that he was thinking about his huge harvest in the Great Void Realm? What about the survival of Crimson Star was all nonsense, but on the surface, he remained calm and nodded, so serious. Then this foreign elder will have to listen carefully. While speaking, he turned his head to Yu He and ordered, "Stop the boat." Yu He slowed down as she was told. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Baichuan was a little surprised. The speed of the 100 tempering peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, "Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk." Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff, and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying, or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold, how dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make a sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered Yu He, "Let's go." Yu He was covered in cold sweat, and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again, he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Chen Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to think too much. I fell into a trap again. Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him however he wants." The group immediately urged their power, and urged the Bai Lian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bai Lian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. Yu He maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed, he knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit, now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Kai-Shing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven-opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yuhi to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Kai-Shing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Juyin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Juyin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Time passed, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Another stream of light shot out, and Yuhi hurriedly steered the boat to dodge, but at the same time, as if she had foreseen it, the second stream of light blasted towards the place where the boat was dodging. Yang Kai's vision was immediately filled with dazzling light, and a huge crisis shrouded his heart. He shouted, "Not good." Yuhi's face was also filled with despair. The other party's attack was about to arrive, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Judging from the fluctuations in the attack, if they were hit, she and Yang Kai would definitely not have a good ending. Just as she did not know what to do, Yang Kai had already hugged her waist, and then the world spun. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A dazzling light bloomed somewhere in the void. Yuhi's heart was empty, and her mind was somewhat shaken. At this moment, her connection with the boat was completely cut off. How could she not know that her boat had been shattered? The light that burst out was the scene of the boat being shattered. Chapter 41-29. Yuhi's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, it was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Kai-Shing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yang Kai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yang Kai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yang Kai was still captured. She was a fifth-stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth-stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yang Kai back then, so how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yang Kai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yang Kai sneer, "If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Kai-Shing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bai Lian peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the heavenly temple? There is also a heavenly temple in this large territory. I left a heavenly temple there, so I can take you there." The heavenly temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the heavenly temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the heavenly temple to make things difficult for them. Yang Kai shook his head, "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the heavenly temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yuhi thought about it and agreed. Although the heavenly temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yang Kai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lian Feng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yang Kai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger while Chen Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat surnamed Yang was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yang Kai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Kai Xing and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai. At a certain moment, Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Young master," a few of them ran out. Yang Kai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 refinement peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Qianquan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Kai Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yang Kai and Yu really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yang Kai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yang Kai immediately had Yu change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yang Kai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Chen Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yang Kai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yang Kai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yu He, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yang Kai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the Universal Escape technique to head to the Universal Hall. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yang Kai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening realm masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak's secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yang Kai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Qianquan escape technique with the remaining heaven-opening realm cultivators, heading towards the Qianquan Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the Heavenly Hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I've found out that the 2 people from before came to the Heavenly Hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand, "Chase." 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yang Kai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yang Kai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. "They're like ghost." Kai Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Tsuewei Palace?" Tsuewei Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Tsuewei Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Tsuewei Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Tsuewei Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a fifth stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yuhi had been running Tsuewei Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Tsuewei Palace, they didn't need to fear Kaixing and the others. Where is Tsuewei Palace? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. Here. Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. It's too far, we still have to pass through 7 large territory, we can't make it in time. If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yuhi had no idea. Yang Kai said, I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk. He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the space divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yu He, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chen Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away, the Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and Yu He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging Bai Lian Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered, Run, why aren't you running? I can't run anymore. Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted, Since that's the case, then obediently surrender and you'll suffer less physical pain. Yang Kai said, Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Larobai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Kaixing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, As long as I kill you, how will Lan Yoruo know what happened? Yang Kai nodded, So the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it. Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, he could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand, I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future. Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, Where do you think you're going? A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yuehe's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 4130. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the first inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the first inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak, and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Kai Xing and the others. Find him. You must find him for me. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 refinement peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? He looked around and did not see Kai Xing and the others, so she knew that the two of them were temporarily safe. She said, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. Chen Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong, but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap." After pausing for a moment, he asked, "How's your understanding of the thing I gave you?" He was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, "I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it." 1 point. Yang Kai muttered, "That should be enough. Young master, where does this jade ring belong to?" He asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Yang Kai had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. He didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation. Just like the seal of her Tsuewei Palace, she had never heard of Yang Kai being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Do you know what this large territory is called?" He didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, "This is the territory of Kikichiao?" Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiao Yarrow Blessed Land was the Xiao Yarrow territory, and the Yin-Yang Wonderland was the Yin-Yang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikichiao, so it was named Kikichiao territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by a code name, such as DJIU territory, C17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Chichiao. Yang Kai's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. His heart moved, she covered her red lips and said in surprise, "Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Chichiao's large formation?" The reason why she had such a guess was because Yuhi also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force. But how could Yang Kai have the seal of Chichiao's large formation? Yang Kai laughed loudly. This is indeed the seal of Chichiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Chichiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Kai Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave. Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Chichiao's large formation. This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Yang Kai's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Chichiao's large group was a 5th-stage heavenly monarch called Chichiao Heavenly Monarch. His strength was on par with hers. He was not a person to be trifled with. Young master, where did this come from? Yuhi was puzzled. It's a long story. Yang Kai identified the direction and called out, I'll explain it to you as we walk. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Yuhi learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Chichiao's fire spirit land's venerable Duan Hai and was abducted into Chichiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Chichiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Fang Tai, he encountered an old man called Xu Huang. This Xu Huang had a deep relationship with Chichiao, and according to Yang Kai's guess, Chichiao's territory should have been Xu Huang's, but for some reason, it was occupied by Chichiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Xu Huang naturally vowed to take revenge, and the 6 directions wish pouch belonged to Xu Huang. Xu Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Yang Kai's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the 6 directions wish pouch to bring him into Chichiao's territory. As the owner of Chichiao's territory, Xu Huang naturally had a grasp of Chichiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Chichiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control, but due to a strange combination of factors, Xu Huang had no choice but to fight against Chichiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Chichiao's venerable guardians died, and Yang Kai knew that only 2 died. The water spirit land's venerable died right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the first inn. The fire spirit land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Chichiao Heavenly Monarch suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the 7 openings land's earth protection array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd-job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, old Fang, Fang Baiqi, Dai Yu, and our son were with him. Later, Sai Chen Great General went looking for his family, stayed in the first inn, explored the Sun Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Chichiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Xu Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Hai. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Xu Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him this spirit array's seal on his deathbed so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Chichiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time and accepted this jade slip. Later, Xu Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in his sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Chichiao's land, but in the end, he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Chichiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but Yuhi was infuriated. Those damn bastards, they actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled, let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson stars, several dozen heaven-opening realms were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Chiqiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking, with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven opening realm could spy on him, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like grey clouds, but there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Shu Huang caused havoc in the Chiqiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Chiqiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Chiqiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Chiqiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Chiqiao heavenly monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the jade ring was the rune seal of the Chiqiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Chiqiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. "Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly." "I know, let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 41-31. Yuhi activated the power of the Jade Pendant and shot out a ray of light. The thin fog rolled and slowly parted to the sides, revealing a passage that led to the inside. The two looked at each other and entered without hesitation. Only when the two figures disappeared did the fog slowly close up. There was no abnormality at all. A moment later, Yang Kai and Yuehe entered the Chiqiao land. The process was unexpectedly easy. They didn't dare to act rashly and instead hid their presence and waited in place for a long time. After an hour, there was still no movement from the Chiqiao land. Only then did Yang Kai confirm that the two of them didn't alert anyone. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. Shu Huang's havoc a dozen years ago had caused many flaws in the Chiqiao land's defensive array. Yuehe had also refined a portion of the Jade Ring's power, so she was naturally able to enter without alerting anyone. If the Chiqiao Heaven Lord was vigilant, he might have discovered the two of them. However, Yang Kai guessed that the Chiqiao Heaven Lord was still recuperating. Shu Huang had said that the Chiqiao Heaven Lord would not be able to recover without many years of recuperation. As far as the eye could see, the traces of the great battle were long gone. The entire Chiqiao land was made up of 7 spirit provinces and occupied a vast area. It was because of this that the Chiqiao land was called the Chiqiao land. These 7 spirit provinces were also very special. Each spirit province nurtured different elemental powers. The yin, yang, and 5 elements all gathered together. The Chiqiao land planted fruit trees with different elemental attributes and produced spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. It was because of this that the Chiqiao land was able to gain a foothold in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, many cultivators were flying around the spirit states, heading to another place floating above the Chiqiao land. That place was the Chiqiao land's odd job market. Every month when the market opens, Kai Yang looked around for a while, thinking about it. That place was a fragment of a world. It was unknown which generation's master of the Chiqiao land had moved it here to be used as a marketplace. Every month, there would be 3 days when the marketplace would be open for the odd job disciples of the Chiqiao land to exchange and trade. Yang Kai had even bought a grade 3 metal attribute material, the unsullied golden dew, for Dai Yu. Thinking back to how difficult it was to earn heaven-opening pills when he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he could not help but sigh. Now, his net worth was more than 100 million. In just a short 10 years, such a change had occurred. Yang Kai was very familiar with the market. After all, he had been here many times. His destination was the world fragment where the market was located. The Seven Openings land had the Seven Openings heavenly monarch and several earth protectors. It wasn't safe for him and Yuhi to hide there. However, it was different in the market. Most of the people gathered there were Chor's disciples. There were very few true Seven Openings land disciples. If they hid there, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He quietly called out to Yuhi, then followed the crowd and flew toward the market. Soon, they landed on the world fragment. The world fragment wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Only a small portion of the world fragment had been used. There were still many places that had yet to be explored. Yang Kai and Yuhi found a remote place and quietly dug a hole to hide. At this point, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This escape had come to an end for the time being. All that was left was to wait for Kai Xing's people to leave. Then, he would find an opportunity to leave this place. A trace of weariness crept into his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since the land of the ancients closed, he had been on the run. First, he was chased by many divine spirits, and now, he was being chased by the Crimson Star. He secretly swore that when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm in the future, the first thing he would do was find Kai Xing and let Zhao Baichuan know the consequences of offending him. His mind was immersed in the strange space behind his hand. He wanted to ask Zhu Juyin how she was doing, but who knew that this guy had fallen into a deep sleep. He knew that her source was damaged and urgently needed to be healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so weak. For any holy spirit, their source was their foundation. Just like a cultivator's Dao seal, if one's source was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Only after a long period of recuperation would there be a chance. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you refining this jade? He saw Yuhi sitting in a lotus position, immersed in her thoughts as she held the jade slip in her palm and focused on refining it. He had given this jade slip to Yuhi before mainly because her cultivation was higher than his, allowing her to refine it faster. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. If Yang Kai had refined it himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the defensive spirit array and sneak in here in just a few days. But now that he had come in, there was no need to refine it. Yuhi opened her eyes and said, "Young master, don't you want this Chiqiao land?" Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if you refine this jade and control the formation here, it won't be easy to seize the Chiqiao land. Back then, Xu Huang was also a 5th grade heaven opening, which was the same as Yuhi. Back then, he was the original owner of the Chiqiao land after all. He knew everything about this place. He used the jade to control the formation in his hand to fight the Chiqiao heavenly monarch and the many venerables who protected the earth. In the end, he didn't succeed and even lost his life. So even if Yuhi completely refined this jade, she might not have a chance to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Changing the topic, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But it's up to you. It's never wrong to refine more." Although it was still safe to hide here, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. When that time came, the more they refined the jade, the more initiative they would have. Yuhi nodded and focused on refining again. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Time passed by little by little. In the void, on the main peak of the 100 refinement peak, Zhao Baichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. From the information he received from his subordinates, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace, which made him extremely annoyed. In the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, the biggest winner was Yang Kai, but if there was a second winner, it might be Kai Xing. Although Kai Xing was crazily plundered by Yang Kai, and 70% of all the profits fell into Yang Kai's pocket, Kai Xing also relied on Yang Kai's power and reputation to develop in the great cosmological realm, accumulating a huge amount of wealth and manpower. Star City's three great forces were Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect, and Crimson Star. Originally, Crimson Star was ranked last, but because they had clung to the big tree known as Yangkai, they were able to survive and quickly rise in adversity. As for Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect had long since been destroyed and no longer existed. However, it was one thing to be in the Great Cosmological Realm, and another thing to be out of the Great Cosmological Realm. In the Great Cosmological Realm, Zhao Baichuan was willing to be under Yang Kai because Yang Kai had Zhu Juyin behind him. However, in the outside world, without the suppression of the fog of the Great Cosmological Realm, Amir the Emperor realm was nothing in his eyes. Thinking of the 70% of the profits that went into Yang Kai's pocket, how could Zhao Baichuan tolerate it? 30% of the profits was already so huge, let alone 70%. If he could kill Yang Kai and snatch back the other profits, Kaixing's future would definitely be bright. Zhao Baichuan was also confident that he could break through to the 6th stage within 10 years. However, that brat was too good at running away. Even if he mobilized dozens of heaven-opening realm experts and used the 100 refinement peak, he still couldn't stop him. This large territory was still sealed. It was certain that Yang Kai must still be in this large territory, but no one knew where he was hiding. These days, some of the small forces in the Seven Openings territory had encountered great misfortune. In this large territory, the Seven Openings territory was not the only force in this territory. There were many other forces that couldn't be seen in public, as well as many Chenkuan worlds. In order to search for Yang Kai, Kaixing's people could be said to be unscrupulous. However, they had many heaven-opening realm experts, and Zhao Baichuan, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm expert, was present. Even though those small forces were sullen, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only let Kaixing and the others barge into their headquarters and search wantonly. The entire Seven Openings territory could be said to have been stirred up by Kaixing. Zhao Baichuan looked at Chen Tianfei and asked, "You still haven't found him?" Feeling Zhao Baichuan's suppressed anger, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I haven't found him yet, but don't worry, Chief Head. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." The entrance to the territory was still sealed by Kaixing. If Yang Kai wanted to leave this large territory, he would definitely cause a commotion. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. This king also knows that brat won't be able to escape, but if he continues to hide, where will we find him? Chen Tianfei bitterly said, "Chief Head, it's not that we aren't doing our best, but that we don't have enough people." In order to chase after Yang Kai, they had run through several large territory, and Zhao Baichuan had only brought a few dozen heaven-opening realm experts with him. The majority of Kaixing's people were still on the way, and it would take them at least 1 to 2 months to arrive. However, if they wanted to rely on these few dozen heaven-opening realm experts to find someone in such a large territory, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Baichuan clearly also realized this point, and his brow furrowed. Chen Tianfei observed his expression and said, "Chief Head, if we want to resolve this situation, we can only borrow troop." "Borrow troops? From where?" Zhao Baichuan lowered his head and looked at him. Chen Tianfei chuckled, "I won't hide it from Chief Head. In this large territory, there is a force called Chichiaoland, and the master of Chichiaoland is Chichiao Heavenly Monarch. I once had a good relationship with him, so if Chief Head doesn't mind, we might as well go to Chichiaoland and have this subordinate try to borrow troops from Chichiao Heavenly Monarch. If he is willing to help, then things will be simple." Chichiao Heavenly Monarch? Zhao Baichuan seemed to recall something. Could it be that Chichiao Heavenly Monarch who came to Star City and did many business with Kaixing? Zhao Baichuan had heard of this person before, but he had been in seclusion to break through to the 6th grade in the early years, so he had never met him. During his time in seclusion, all of Kaixing's affairs had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and it was during that time that they had come into contact. However, Chen Tianfei would report this matter to him afterwards, so Zhao Baichuan had only heard of Chichiao Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 41-32. That's him. Chen Tianfei nodded. That 7 skills Heavenly Monarch is also extremely strong, a 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Zhao Baichuan nodded. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter was on par with him, and as the leader of a region, His status was definitely not low. He asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" Chen Tianfei chuckled, "I'm 90% sure. However, there will definitely be a price to pay, and First Master will be the leader this time. Paying a little price is nothing." Zhao Baichuan nodded. Since he wanted to borrow troops, he definitely needed some compensation, but as long as he could find Yang Kai, it was worth it. "Let's go to Seven Skills Land." Chen Tianfei immediately pointed the way, and 100 Refining Peak quickly headed towards Seven Skills Land. A day later, Chen Tianfei pointed to the fog ahead and said, "First Master, we've arrived at Seven Skills Land." Zhao Baichuan looked over and saw the fog tumbling, but he could not see the inside of Seven Skills Land. He could not help but nod. The atmosphere of a great sect is truly extraordinary. Chen Tianfei chuckled, "This is the first time subordinate has come here. Please wait a moment, First Master. Allow me to send a message to Seven Skills Heavenly Monarch and have him open the door." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei immediately took out a token and poured his divine sense into it. Seven Skills Heavenly Monarch had gone to Star City many times to make a few transactions with Kai Xing, so he and Chen Tianfei naturally left a way to contact each other. However, it had always been Seven Skills Heavenly Monarch who went to find him. Chen Tianfei did not expect that one day he would have to ask someone else for help. He had just begun to contact Seven Skills Heavenly Monarch when the fog tumbled and squirmed. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted out from the fog, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment. His narrowed eyes were filled with light that filled the sky. Zhao Baichuan's expression also turned solemn as he shouted, "Open!" With a rumble, the 100 Refining Peak shook and rich earth element power gushed out from 100 Refining Peak, forming an airtight layer of protection around this artifact. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The lightning struck the 100 Refinement Peak, causing the illusory figure to sway unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Zhao Baichuan's expression turned cold. Even the 100 Refinement Peak could not withstand such an attack a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several more bolts of lightning striking from the fog. At the same time, a furious roar came from the Chiqiao land. "You Shoshan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You want to seize my Chiqiao land? Be careful not to overeat yourself." Chen Taifei was dumbfounded. He and the others had just arrived here and they were attacked. He had no idea what was going on. Who was this Yu Shoshan? Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, the void shattered. The 100 Refinement Peak was a treasure that Zhao Baichuan had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was extremely extraordinary. Seeing the lightning attack, the 100 Refinement Peak quickly shrank. At the same time, it moved unsteadily to avoid the lightning. Even so, it was still struck by a bolt of lightning. The mountain shook again, and one of the mountain peaks broke in half. Chen Tianfei. Zhao Baichuan was furious and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. The damage to the 100 Refinement Peak made his heart ache. Although this treasure was not bad, it was difficult for it to block the power of the formation. Chen Tianfei was covered in cold sweat. He could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Lord, stop. Stop. I'm Crimson Star Chen Tianfei, not Yu Shoshan." "Heavenly Lord, did you recognize the wrong person?" If he did not hear wrongly, the voice that shouted from the Chiqiao land just now should be Heavenly Lord Chiqiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the faint lightning in the fog suddenly stopped, and a surprised voice sounded, "Chen Tianfei? Crimson Stars Chen Tianfei?" Chen Tianfei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly flew out of the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed his fat figure. Who else could it be? "Heavenly Lord, take a closer look." A moment later, a surprised voice came from the fog, "It's really Brother Chen?" It was difficult not to recognize him. Looking at the Trichilia chasm and the billions of living beings, it was difficult to find a fatty like Chen Tianfei. But soon, Heavenly Lord Chiqiao snorted coldly, "Why did Brother Chen come to my Chiqiao land? Who's in that peak?" Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Heavenly Lord, I have something to ask of you, so I came here. As for this peak, it's called the 100 Refinement Peak. It belongs to my first master, so it's naturally my first master. As he spoke, he turned around and gestured to Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he put away the 100 refinement peak and revealed himself. Along with him were more than a dozen low-rank heaven splitters. It's actually First Master Crimson Star. Heavenly Lord Chichiao was obviously shocked. I've heard a lot about you. He had been to Crimson Star City several times, but he had never seen Zhao Baichuan. He knew that this guy had been in seclusion all year round to break through to the 6th rank, so he did not mind. Now that this person had come out of seclusion, could it be that he had already reached the 6th rank? Thinking so in his heart, Heavenly Lord Chichiao's tone could not help but become much more polite. Zhao Baichuan's face was cold. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked for no reason, not to mention that he was already annoyed by Yang Kai. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. This old man has long heard of the Heavenly Lord's name. Heavenly Lord Chichiao said, "Brother Chen, why have you come here today?" Chen Tianfei said, "We do have a request. Can Heavenly Lord allow us to have a chat inside?" In the fog, Heavenly Lord Chichiao was silent for a while before saying, "Please." When he finished speaking, the fog rolled, revealing a passage. Chen Tianfei could not help but sigh in relief. He looked back at Zhao Baichuan with an inquiring expression. Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly and cupped his hands, "Sorry for disturbing you." As he spoke, he led the way forward. Behind him, Zhao Baichuan was like a moon surrounded by stars. Not long after, they entered the 7 Openings land. Suddenly, a group of heaven splitters appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Heavenly Lord." This person was the master of the 7 Openings land, Heavenly Lord Chichiao. Heavenly Lord Chichiao laughed and went forward to hold Chen Tianfei's arm. "After so many years, Brother Chen still looks as good as before. Congratulations." Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Monarch, you flatter me. In recent years, sigh, it's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to Heavenly Monarch. This is Great Leader Zhao of Crimson Star. Great Leader, this is Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills." Heavenly Lord Chichiao cupped his hands. "Head Zhao." Zhao Baichuan returned the greeting. "Heavenly Lord is too polite." Heavenly Lord Chichiao saw his expression and knew that this guy was still holding a grudge over what happened just now. He hurriedly explained, "Head Zhao, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to attack you just now. It's just that our 7 Openings land is under attack and has been troubled for many days. Suddenly, I heard a disciple report that an expert had arrived. I thought it was that thief again, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope Head Zhao can forgive us." Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Someone actually came to find trouble with Heavenly Lord. Only now did he understand why the other party had attacked him as soon as they met. It turned out that they were treating him as an enemy. Since it was pardonable, the trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Chen Tianfei said in shock, "Who is so bold to come here and ask for food?" "Sigh, it's a long story." Heavenly Lord Chichiao sighed, his tone and expression exactly the same as Chen Tianfei's. Zhao Baichuan raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord seems to be injured. He found that although this person was at the 5th grade heaven opening realm, his aura was somewhat unstable. Not only him, but the 3 4th grade heaven opening realm experts behind him were also the same. Heavenly Lord Chichiao said angrily, "I was injured a few years ago and still haven't recovered. Even my 7 Openings land's defensive formation was damaged. If it weren't for that, how could Yu Shoshan dare to bully me?" Previously, he had called out Yu Shoshan's name. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei immediately understood that this person should be the one who was scheming against the 7 Openings land. "Let's not talk about such a troublesome matter. Today, the 2 leaders of Kai Xing's group have come to my 7 Openings land, bringing light to my humble dwelling. Come, prepare a banquet. Let this Heavenly Lord, Brother Chen, and Leader Zhao drink and chat merrily." With this order, someone immediately went to prepare a banquet. Heavenly Lord Chichiao warmly invited Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei. The 2 naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately went to the banquet. In the market, Yang Kai and He looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They actually chased us all the way here. Could it be that they discovered something? He couldn't help but worry. The commotion just now had been quite big. Even though they were hiding in the market, they still noticed it. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between Heavenly Lord Chiqiao and Chen Tianfei, so they didn't know what they were talking about. Although it's unlikely, we can't let our guard down. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He didn't leave any flaws along the way, so the people of Kaixing shouldn't have discovered them. Moreover, if they really did discover something, they would have already taken action. How could they have left them alone? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was naturally impossible to leave now. It was very likely that they would alert the enemy. Moreover, not all of Kaixing's people were here. It was obvious that some people were still searching outside. Now they could only wait and see. While the two were secretly worried, at the banquet, everyone was exchanging toasts and toasting each other. Heavenly Lord Chiqiao intended to befriend Zhao Baichuan, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Baichuan was only at rank 5. It seemed that he had not successfully advanced to rank 6. While he was disappointed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only at rank 5, and he was injured. Facing a rank 6 was quite stressful. During the banquet, everyone only talked about romance and nothing else. They all got along well. Chen Tianfei wanted to mention to Heavenly Lord Chiqiao about borrowing troops, but he was secretly stopped by Zhao Baichuan. Chen Tianfei didn't understand, but he did as he was told. After the banquet, Zhao Baichuan mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the Chiqiao land. The Chiqiao Heavenly Lord naturally agreed and allowed the Earth Spirit to personally bring Kaixing and the others to tour the 7 spirit continents of the Chiqiao land. Earth Spirit Venerable was the same as Du and Hai. They were both grade 4 sky splitters, which was the same as Chen Tianfei. Under Heavenly Lord Chiqiao's secret instructions, he naturally led the way with all his heart. As a result, both the host and the guest were happy. Chapter 41-33. At night, Kaixing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chen Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed, "What a beautiful scenery. Old Chen, what do you think of the Chiqiao land?" Chen Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, "The 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Chiqiao land has been managed by the Chiqiao Heavenly Lord for so many years. Although the Chiqiao land is not as spectacular as the blessed Grotto Heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces." Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, "I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Chiqiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces." Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Kaixing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Chiqiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunder Light sect. After all, they all had middle-grade Heaven-Opening Realm Masters and many low-grade Heaven-Opening Realm Masters. The Star Market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the 3 forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Kaixing was inferior to the Chiqiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. "Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight are gone now, and only Kaixing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too." Chen Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Kaixing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. "As long as we have people, we can make a comeback." Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. "Great Master is right," Chen Tianfei said respectfully. But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Chichaoland? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again. Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qi Qiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops. Chen Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. First Master, you mean, Zhao Baichuan chuckled. Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't that Yu Xiushan the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Chichaoland. Chen Tianfei nodded and said, there must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Chichao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Chichaoland was damaged. I'm afraid that Yu Xiushan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Chichaoland and strengthen himself. Zhao Baichuan said, this king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Chichaoland, 4 are Tier 4 Heaven Splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time, he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only lower Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, so how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, the Chichaoland suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Chichaoland to fill the numbers. Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Chichaoland really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, First Master intends to intervene. But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we helped the Chichaoland block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Chichaoland feel grateful. That Yang Kai has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Chichaoland's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. Old Chen, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Starland, wouldn't that be better? Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes because of the pile of fat on his body suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The First Master wanted to seize the Chichaoland. At first, he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Chichaoland was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade Open the Heavens and a few 4th grade Open the Heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Chichaoland covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the First Master took the initiative to ask to tour the Chichaoland after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the First Master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Yang Kai alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Yang Kai had run off to, but the Chichaoland was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fists solemnly. First Master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the First Master's kindness in nurturing me. Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, it's time to have a place to settle down. At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Chichiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, he had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Chichiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Chichiao asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong." The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Chichiao land at this time. Could it be a trap?" The Heavenly Lord of Chichiao looked at her and said, "I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the soaring smoke hall. The probability of them joining hands to harm my Chichiao land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do." The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it, if it wasn't for that Shu Huang's rebellion, my Chichiao land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Shoshan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Chichiao land's defensive formation." No one knew where Yu Shoshan heard the news, but when he found out that the Chichiao land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times, and both sides suffered losses. Although the soaring smoke hall didn't gain any advantage, the Chichiao land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Shu Huang's name. Although Shu Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured, countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Shu Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the grand formation jade slit ring that Shu Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a jade slit ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Shu Huang's hand was the real jade slit ring. Whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation, that jade slit ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that jade slit ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Shu Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the jade slit ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished, 9 out of 10. Sighing in his heart, Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills looked at Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua. "I will leave Kai Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible." Kai Xing and the Seven Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes, dismissed." Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to warmly entertain Kai Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the Seven Openings land and the large territory here for Kai Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Kai Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Chen, you have traveled thousands of miles to my Seven Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My heavenly monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you." Chen Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Here it comes." Sure enough, the Seven Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 41-34. The Great Cosmological Realm has opened. In the main hall, Seven Openings' heavenly monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other heaven opening realms were also dumbfounded. The Great Cosmological Realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the Great Cosmological Realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Chen Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said, "Then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Kaixing said true or false?" Wei Hua slowly shook his head. "Whether it's true or false, we need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Chen Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot." Seven Openings' heavenly monarch nodded. "That's right. The opening of the Great Cosmological Realm is a big matter. No one can hide it." Wei Hua said, "The star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, so they are now homeless. When they came out of the Great Cosmological Realm, they happened to be nearby. That Chen Tianfei recognized heavenly monarch and wanted to come to our Seven Openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is." Seven Openings' heavenly monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Kaixing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the Great Cosmological Realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yang Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. "Heavenly monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Kaixing and the others. They are now homeless. If we can let them stay in the Seven Openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear Yu Shoshan." Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted, wishful thinking. That Chen Tianfei is only a fourth-stage heaven opening realm, but that Zhao Baichuan has a fifth-stage cultivation, which is similar to a heavenly monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them. Even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yang Ling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a fifth-stage cultivation. If he really entered the Seven Openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a heavenly monarch. Moreover, Kaixing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the Seven Openings land? If they really did so, they would be let in the Seven Openings land. Heaven opening Yang Ling land's people, but we can hire them. Yang Ling Yang Ling. Yang Ling Yang heavenly monarch. Yang Ling Earth Venerable Yang Ling smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Chen Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the Flying Smoke Hall. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. "You're thinking too simply." These two venerables seemed to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yang Ling saw him refuting him again and his face darkened. He turned to look. "What do you think?" Earth Venerable Wood Spirit said, "They just came out of the Great Cosmological Realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our Seven Openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our Seven Openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yang Ling said, "But Heavenly Monarch and Chen Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid?" Venerable Wood Spirit said disdainfully, "Let's not talk about whether or not Chen Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Chen Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 openings land put our face?" Earth Venerable Yang Ling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings sat up high and looked coldly at his 2 capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, "Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind. Let's hear it." Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yang Ling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. "Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Shoshan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity." Earth Venerable Yang Ling glared. "Bullshit." Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land was interested. "Let's hear it." Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yang Ling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land also laughed. "Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant, and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good, good, good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited." Miao Yu smiled reservedly. "It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy." He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yang Ling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Shoshan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter." Miao Yu said, "Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm." Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. "Send some people out to investigate. If the great cosmological realm really opens, the news won't be able to be kept a secret. It will soon become a hot topic. We'll know when we go to the Heavenly Palace to investigate." "Yes." Miao Yu responded respectfully. Half a day later, at the residence of Crimson Star and the others, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei enthusiastically sent Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land out. It was unknown what the 2 sides talked about, but they were all smiling. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. "Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on Brother Zhao's strength." Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land cupped his hands repeatedly. A touch of redness appeared on his slightly pale face due to his injuries. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, "Heavenly Monarch, you're too polite. Crimson Star and I would like to thank Heavenly Monarch for finding such a good opportunity for us. After this matter is done, Crimson Star will definitely reward you handsomely." "Well said, well said." Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land chuckled and bade farewell before leaving. He was extremely happy. Originally, if he wanted to invite Crimson Star as external aid, Chichiaoland would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, according to Miao Yu's method, not only would they not have to pay a price, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by Crimson Star after the matter was done. This was a huge difference. After sending off Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei returned to the house and set up a restriction to prevent spying. Chen Tianfei had a strange expression as he stroked his chin. Sure enough, as First Master expected, Chichiao came to borrow troops from us. However, this method is quite interesting. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. A grand overt scheme, very impressive. Chen Tianfei nodded. They know that we have no home now and what we need the most is a place to stay. As long as we can help them get rid of Yu Shoshan, we can take over Soaring Smoke Hall. TSK, it's really impressive. First Master, how should we choose? He knew that Zhao Baichuan intended to seize Chiqiao Land, but now that Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land had thrown out Soaring Smoke Hall as bait, Chen Tianfei did not know what to choose. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land's proposal had a high chance of success. After all, with the combined strength of the two forces, Soaring Smoke Hall was definitely no match for them. If they could plan it well, it could be said that seizing Soaring Smoke Hall was an ironclad matter. On the other hand, seizing Chiqiao Land was not so easy. Zhao Baichuan only wanted to find a place to settle down. Chiqiao Land and Soaring Smoke Hall were both second-rate forces, so it would not matter where they settled down. There was no need to choose Chiqiao Land. Therefore, this matter was still up to the First Master to decide. Zhao Baichuan sneered, "This king doesn't know what the situation is with Soaring Smoke Hall, but this Chiqiao Land suits this king." Chen Tianfei heard this and knew that the First Master still intended to seize Chiqiao Land. He pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's feign civility first and wait for an opportunity to act." Zhao Baichuan said, "Don't worry, this king has already made arrangements. Now we just need to see if we can insert a chess piece. If this chess piece can be inserted, then this matter will be foolproof." Just as he was speaking, Zhao Baichuan's expression suddenly changed and he waved his hand to open the restriction. The next moment, a third-grade heaven splitter walked in, carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate greets the two masters." This third-grade heaven splitter was also one of the great commanders of Crimson Star, and his status was only second to the several masters. He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei into Chiqiao Land, and there were more than a dozen lower-grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. "How is it?" Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly, "Sure enough, as First Master expected, some Chiqiao Land disciples have left in batches." Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly, "The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us." The man said, "This subordinate has been waiting for a long time and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters." Chen Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment, he immediately understood the First Master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the First Master was worthy of being called the First Master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chen Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the First Master. Chapter 41-35. The matter of the Great Void Realm could not be concealed, and Kaixing had no intention of concealing it, but Chen Tianfei had not expected the first head to be able to do something about it. Revealing the news of the Great Void Realm was to reassure the Chiqiao Land, telling them that they had not come here for no reason, but that Star City had been destroyed and they had no home to return to. Secondly, once the Chiqiao Land learned of this matter, they would definitely send people out to verify it, giving Kaixing an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhao Baichuan had several dozen heaven-opening realms under his command, but he only had a dozen or so with him now. The others, such as Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, were all outside. If he wanted to seize the Chiqiao Land, he had to contact them, and with Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei's strength alone, it was still a little weak. However, with the Chiqiao Land's protective array activated, even if there were many flaws, Zhao Baichuan and the others could not contact Bei Yushan and the others. Acting rashly would only arouse suspicion. However, now that the Chiqiao Land had taken the initiative to send disciples out to investigate, they had fallen into Zhao Baichuan's trap. He had already arranged for people to lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to act, and now he had succeeded. A third-grade heaven-opening realm was not too strong in the 3,000 great worlds, but it was definitely not weak either. It was very simple to subdue a Chiqiao Land disciple, plant some restrictions in their body, and force them to pass on information, unless the disciple did not care about his life. But how many people in this world were not afraid of death? What's the matter with this woman? Chen Tianfei looked at the unconscious woman in confusion. The man smiled. I let out a male disciple, and this woman is likely his partner. With this woman in hand, the male disciple will not dare to have any second thoughts. Chen Tianfei was stunned. You carried her in just like that. No one saw you, right? The man shook his head. Don't worry, Head Chen, no one saw you. Zhao Baichuan nodded. You did well in this matter. Leave this woman here. Yes, the man put down the woman in his hand and retreated respectfully. At this moment, the woman slowly woke up, her long eyelashes trembling. She raised her eyes and saw Zhao Baichuan. She was shocked, but before she could react to what had happened, she saw Zhao Baichuan raise his hand. Then, her vision turned black and she couldn't feel anything. A moment later, there was only a pile of ashes left. The female disciple had been silenced. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that the male disciple who was coerced to deliver the letter was most likely doomed. When he saw Bei Yushan and the others, he would definitely be silenced. No matter what, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the fewer the better. To the current Chiqiao land, the death of 2 disciples was nothing. After all, the soaring smoke hall was eyeing the Chiqiao land covetously. If that wasn't the case, the Chiqiao lands wouldn't have sent people out in batches to scout for information. Wasn't it precisely because they were afraid of being caught in a net? Everything had been arranged properly, and all that was left was to wait. Day after day passed. 3 days later, the outpost suddenly became quiet and cheerless. The outpost was only open for 3 days a month. During the rest of the time, it was completely empty and devoid of people. Yuhi was still refining the spirit array jade slit ring diligently. She was very interested in the 7 openings land. After all, this was the headquarters of a second-class force. Yang Kai was silently recuperating. He had suffered heavy injuries in the great cosmological boundary and was then pursued by Kai Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Yang Kai also took stock of his gains in the great cosmological boundary. Although he had been trapped in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Yuan Ci mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Yuan Ci divine stones were the hard currency of the 3000 great cosmological boundary. There was also the Yuan Ci divine gourd that little fatty Shu Zhen had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Yuan Ci divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the star market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Kai Xing's profits over the years. Kai Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Yang Kai's pocket. It could be said that in the past decade, Yang Kai alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Yang Kai himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only Yuhi knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Kai Xing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Juyin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Juyin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Yang Kai's safety even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be chased around the world by Kai Xing's group? There was also the Red Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. These 2 fellows could fight against a 4th stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Yang Kai's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the Earth Dragon's dragon pearl, obtained the power of the earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. He also obtained the moon essence, refined the power of the water element, and comprehended the divine technique of the golden crow casting Sunday. Just with this divine technique, Yang Kai could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. There was also the space divine technique that he comprehended when he obtained the Tai divine purification water in the land of ancients. So close, yet so far. Previously, Yang Kai had not thought of a name, but now, he finally thought of a suitable name. This divine technique was not so much a divine technique as it was a flexible application of the law of space. Once it was used, it would extend the space infinitely. Although they were close to each other, they would be far away from each other. No matter what, they would not be able to get closer. There was also the Great Spear technique that he had spent 2 years to cultivate by gathering the strengths of many sect. It could be said that more than 10 years in the great cosmological realm had allowed Yang Kai to grow a lot. Now, he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the 3,000 worlds. In terms of wealth, even the leaders of those second-class forces had to look up to him. Even a high-grade heaven splitter might not be as rich as him. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if he told them about it. He was a little speechless by him as he counted and laughed foolishly. A month later, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, and he had also recovered to his peak. Looking for an opportunity, he quietly sneaked out to investigate and found that Kai Xing's people had not left yet and had been staying in the Chiqiao land. This discovery puzzled him. He did not know what was so special about the Chiqiao land that Kai Xing was reluctant to leave. However, since Kai Xing's people had not left, he did not dare to act rashly. Leaving the Chiqiao land was simple. He had been refining the jade slit for so many days and had now refined about 40% of it. However, the further she went, the harder it was to refine. If she wanted to completely refine the jade slit and control the Chiqiao land's grand array, she would need at least a year and a half of hard work. After all, he was not Xu Huang. Xu Huang knew everything about the Chiqiao land and had spent a lot of time tampering with the Grand Array's control. In the end, he had failed because of Yang Kai. Although he was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter, refining something that belonged to someone else took time. Young master, you can't refine it anymore. On this day, he suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked over suspiciously. He said, I feel that if you continue refining it, the master of the Chiqiao land should be aware of it. How much have you refined it now? About 50%. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If you can't refine it, then don't refine it. Once we get out of here, we can take our time. There's no rush. Although Xu Huang had given him a chance to reclaim the Chiqiao land and take revenge for him before he died, this was only a dying request. Whether or not Yang Kai could complete it was up to him. He had refined it here because she had nothing to do. Since there was a risk, she naturally couldn't continue, lest she gave herself away. What made him speechless was that it had been almost 2 months, yet Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei still hadn't left. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the people of Crimson Star wanted to join the Chiqiao land? It really was possible. After all, Crimson Star's Star City was gone, and they needed a place to stay. The Chiqiao land was a ready-made place. However, was Zhao Baichuan really willing to stay under the Chiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Would the Chiqiao Heavenly Monarch have the guts to accept him? Just as he was thinking this, the ground suddenly shook, and a series of rumbling sounds came one after another. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realization dawned. The Chiqiao land is under attack. Is it that Yu Shoshan? He asked. Most likely. Yang Kai didn't recognize Yu Shoshan, but when Crimson Star and the others came, the Chiqiao Heavenly Monarch had shouted this name, letting Yang Kai know that there was a grudge between the two. Moreover, Yu Shoshan should have attacked the Chiqiao land more than once. At this moment, the Chiqiao land was under attack, so there was no one else besides Yu Shoshan. Sure enough, the Chiqiao Heavenly Monarch's angry voice sounded in the next moment. Yu Shoshan, you old bastard, you're here again. A loud laugh came from the sky. Chiqiao, this old master has come to take your dog life today. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the array and this old master will give you a quick death, leaving some incense for your Chichao land. If you don't, Chemph, don't blame this old master for slaughtering your entire sect. Once this was said, many of the disciples of the Chichao land panicked. The Chichao heavenly monarch angrily said, "Old bastard, you're too arrogant. Your flying smoke hall can't take down my Chichao land. Quickly retreat, and this king can still spare your life. Being stubborn will only make you look bad." Chapter 41:36. These words were said without much confidence, causing Yu Shoshan to burst into laughter. The two sides continued to exchange words for a while, and a great battle was about to break out. The Chichao land had a defensive array, so if the soaring smoke hall wanted to take it down, they would have to destroy the array. If it were in the past, the soaring smoke hall would not have this ability. After all, everyone's strength was about the same, but after Shu Huang's havoc in the Chichao land, many flaws had appeared in the array. Furthermore, the Chichao heavenly monarch had been heavily injured and had yet to recover, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the array. It was because of this that the soaring smoke hall had relentlessly attacked the Chichao land in an attempt to take it down. Although the soaring smoke hall had been beaten back in the previous 20 or so clashes, it was not without any gains. At the very least, they had figured out the details of the Chichao land's defensive array. As such, when the battle began, the soaring smoke hall's heaven-opening realm experts attacked a certain place under Yu Shoshan's instructions. That place was where Yang Kai and Yu He had snuck in, and it was also the weakest point of the entire Chichao land's defensive array. The Chichao heavenly monarch roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only unite his heaven-opening realm experts and urge the array's power to counterattack. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Within the Chichao land, the 7 spirit provinces were constantly shaking, and mountains were collapsing. In the market, Yang Kai and Yu His expressions were solemn. This was troublesome. In a confrontation between two second-tier forces, if the Chichao land could be defended, then it would be fine. They could continue to hide here. If they couldn't defend, then after the soaring smoke hall occupied the Chichao land, they would definitely investigate carefully. At that time, the two of them might be exposed. "Young master, should we find a chance to leave this place?" Yu He asked quietly. "I'm afraid the array won't be able to last much longer." She had already refined 50% of the array jade pendant. Although she did not dare to rashly urge the array's power to prevent the Chichao heavenly monarch from noticing, she could clearly sense the array's state through the jade pendant. "How long can it last?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He said, "Based on this level of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to last for half a month. Moreover, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet. If he did, the time would be even shorter." Yang Kai nodded his head when he heard this. Since Yu He said so, it should not be wrong. The Chichao land's defensive formation probably could not stop the people of the flying smoke hall this time. Once the formation was broken, the Chichao land's fate would be worrying, and they would also be unlucky. At this point, it was time to consider a way out. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Would the people of Crimson Star make a move in this battle? They had been staying here all this time and hadn't left. Did they reach some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Chichao? If the 7 skills lands had the help of Kai Xing's people, then the flying smoke hall might not be able to gain any advantage. After all, Zhao Baichuan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and had many heaven splitters under his command. 2 days later, the battle was still going on. However, due to the barrier of the Great Protective Array, there was no direct confrontation between the two sides. Yu He suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Why is the power of the Chichao land's defensive array dropping so quickly? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her. Yu He said, logically speaking, this great protective array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the great protective array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong, Yuhi looked at him. Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Chichiao deliberately reduced the power of the Great Protective Array to show weakness to the enemy? Yuhi was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means. Yang Kai laughed heartily. The flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Kai Xing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Chichiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Chichiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously, so Heavenly Lord Chichiao weakened the power of the Great Protective Array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted, in order to make Yu Shoshan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Chichiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Chichiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Chichiao, then he could let Yuhi control the Great Protective Array here. However, it was useless to only control the Great Protective Array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Shoshan were both 5th stage Heaven Splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Chichiao land's Great Protective Array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Chichiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the Great Protective Array. Heavenly Lord Chichiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Shoshan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Chichiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Shu Huang had wreaked havoc in the Chichiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Chichiao and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. This caused the Chichiao land to lose 3 4th-stage Heaven Splitters and many low-stage Heaven Splitters. It could be said that the Chichiao land's strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Flying Smoke Hall's army was powerful and menacing. How could the Chichiao land be a match for them? Yu Shoshan directly went to find Heavenly Lord Chichiao and fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the middle-stage Heaven Splitters under his command began to chase after Earth Protector and the others. For a time, the Heaven Splitters of the Chichiao land were facing a great calamity and were at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Chichiao was heavily injured and had yet to recover. Although he fought one-on-one with Yu Shoshan, how could he be his opponent? In less than 2 hours, he was injured again by Yu Shoshan, vomiting blood as he retreated. Yu Shoshan was unforgiving. He held a bronze sledgehammer that glowed brightly. He raised it high and activated the might of the world, smashing it down on Heavenly Lord Chichiao. He grinned sinisterly. Chichiao, after you die, this old man will take good care of your wives and concubines for you. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Lord Chichiao's face was pale and his eyes were spitting fire. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled coldly. Yu Shoshan, do you think you've won? In fact, you've lost. What? Yu Shoshan's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Lord Chichiao gritted his teeth and quickly formed a hand seal. The phantom of a mini-universe world flashed behind him, and the might of the world burst out as he shouted, soul-subduing. In the next instant, an invisible force burst out from his body. Before Yu Shoshan could react, he was hit head-on. In an instant, Yu Shoshan was frozen in place, unable to move. Not only was he unable to move, but Heavenly Lord Chichiao was also unable to move. Once this soul-subduing secret technique was used, although it could seal the enemy's movements, the user would also be greatly affected. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. If used well, it could reverse the situation, but if not, it would be suicidal. You're courting death. Yu Shoshan was furious. He continuously activated his own strength, wanting to break the suppression of the soul-subduing secret technique. The aura of the might of the world fluctuated continuously. Heavenly Lord Chichiao sneered, "The one who should die is you. Leader Zhao, please make your move." In the next instant, a figure flew over at lightning speed, followed by a dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yu Shoshan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in horror, "Who is it?" Heavenly Lord Chichiao laughed loudly, "Yu Shoshan, you didn't expect this king to have an ambush, did you? I might as well tell you, the one who came is Leader Kai Xing. Leader's star market has been destroyed, so I need to borrow your flying smoke hall." As he spoke, Zhao Baichuan had already passed by Heavenly Lord Chichiao. He raised his hand, and the might of the world filled his palm as he lightly slapped down on Yu Shoshan. Heavenly Lord Chichiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Kai Xing's people had suddenly come this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with Yu Shoshan, this old man. However, just as he thought this, he saw a strange smile appear on Yu Shoshan's face. "Chichiao, you said that the one who should die is me? But the way I see it, the one who should die is you." Heavenly Lord Chichiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Before he could react, Zhao Baichuan suddenly turned around and slapped down on him. Heavenly Lord Chichiao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with shock and anger, as well as disbelief. With a bang, under Zhao Baichuan's palm, half of Heavenly Lord Chichiao's head was smashed into his chest, and the lower half of his body directly exploded into dust. Zhao Baichuan retracted his hand and stood there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Strictly speaking, even if Heavenly Lord Chichiao had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was not so easy to kill as a fifth-grade splitter. However, he had been pretending to be weak, not hesitating to let Yu Shoshan injure him many times to numb Yu Shoshan's nerves, pinning his hopes of turning the tables on Zhao Baichuan. Who knew that Zhao Baichuan had already contacted Yu Shoshan and was in cahoots with him, so he lost his life in vain. However, as expected of a fifth-grade splitter, although he suffered irreparable injuries, he did not die for a while, but he could no longer maintain the soul-subduing secret technique. Yu Shoshan broke free and came face to face with Zhao Baichuan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help. Brother Yu is too polite." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. "Why?" In front of the two, Heavenly Lord Chichiao, who only had half his body left and even half his head shrunk into his chest, was gasping for breath. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand that Zhao Baichuan actually changed sides at the last minute. Since Crimson Star's people wanted a territory, as long as they helped him kill Yu Shoshan, then they could naturally take over the Flying Smoke Hall. Why would they make a move on him? Zhao Baichuan looked down at him and said coolly, "Chichiao land is a good place. This seat likes it very much." Chapter 41-37. Zhao Baichuan did not know what the situation was with the Flying Smoke Hall, but he had carefully investigated the Chichiao land. It was indeed a good place. There were 7 spirit provinces here, nurturing yin, yang, and 5 elements, and 7 kinds of spirit fruits that could be used to refine heaven-opening pills. It was a stable source of income. If Kai Xing landed here, he would have the capital to rise again in the future. Moreover, compared to killing Yu Shoshan, killing Chichiao was undoubtedly easier. After all, this guy was heavily injured, so Zhao Baichuan did not have to worry about him retaliating before death. On the other hand, Yu Shoshan was completely unharmed. If he had some forbidden technique that could erupt before death, Zhao Baichuan would not be able to bear it. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Baichuan was naturally more willing to seize the Chichiao land. The light in Chichiao Heavenly Lord's eyes quickly dimmed. Even in death, he did not dare believe that while he was scheming against someone else, he had also been schemed against. Zhao Baichuan, you will die a horrible death. Chichiao Heavenly Lord cursed before dying. Zhao Baichuan's expression was indifferent. You don't need to worry about that. Chichiao Heavenly Lord had been plotted against and died tragically. On the other side, Chen Tianfei had turned into a giant meatball that rumbled into the battlefield, crashing towards Earth. Venerable Earth Spirit Wei Hua. Wei Hua was already surrounded by two fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators from the Flying Smoke Hall and was in imminent danger. How could he block Chen Tianfei's attack? In his shock, he barely managed to block for 10 breaths before being hit by the giant meatball. His chest caved in and he spat out blood mixed with countless pieces of his organs. The two fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Flying Smoke Hall attacked at the right time. When their blades flashed, Wei Hua's head soared into the sky, blood spurting from his neck as he staggered to the ground. First, Chichiao Heavenly Lord had been plotted against, and then Venerable Earth Spirit had also died. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and such a shocking turn of events caused the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Chichiao land to pale with fright. "Let's go." Venerable Earth Spirit Miao Yu saw that the situation was not right and loudly shouted. He directly flew into the sky, not daring to continue fighting. Behind him, the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Chichiao land abandoned their opponents and fled for their lives. "Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going?" A burly figure suddenly appeared from the gap in the formation, blocking the only way out. It was Bei Yushan of the Crimson Star. Not only had he come, but beside him, Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and the other heaven-opening experts had all appeared. When Miao Yu and the others saw this, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Bei Yushan and the others were all fourth-stage heaven splitters. Now that 4 had appeared, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Bei Yushan and the Ouyang brothers led Red Star Splitter Heaven to block Miao Yu and the others' path. Madame Qin stayed behind by herself at the gap. She sat cross-legged with a guqin placed in front of her. She plucked it lightly, and the sound of the guqin lingered in the air. Miserable cries rang out as heaven-opening realm cultivator after heaven-opening realm cultivator was killed. The Seven Openings Land's army was routed like a landslide, unable to resist in the slightest. After all, they did not have much fighting spirit to begin with. Moreover, their strength was inferior, so how could they be a match for Bei Yushan and the others? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than a dozen people had died. Even Venerable Yang Ling was beaten to a pulp. Miao Yu's hair was disheveled, his body bathed in blood as he shouted, "Spare me, I surrender." How could Bei Yushan pay him any attention? He continued to pursue. On the other side, Yu Shoshan's expression changed, and he said, "Head boss Zhao, please have your subordinates spare Miao Yu's life." Zhao Baichuan said, "Brother Yu, is this because you cherish talent?" Yu Shoshan chuckled, "How could someone who craves life and fears death have any talent? However, this Miao Yu is still a fourth-stage heaven splitter. Sparing his life will be of some use." Since he had already said so, Zhao Baichuan naturally did not refuse. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, so he immediately sent a message to Bei Yushan to stop. Soon, the battle calmed down. The Seven Openings Land's side had suffered heavy casualties. Only Miao Yu and the Yin Spirit Land's Venerable were left. Earth Venerable Yang Ling and Earth Venerable Wei Hua had both died on the spot. Many low-grade heaven splitters had also died, and the disciples at the bottom had been reduced by 40%. Although their lives had been saved, everyone from the Seven Openings Lands had uneasy expressions. They did not know what fate was waiting for them. Yu Shoshan flew into the sky and issued a call for surrender. Seeing a chance of survival, the Seven Openings Lands people naturally bowed. Yu Shoshan nodded in satisfaction. Flying down, Yu Shoshan cupped his hands at Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, this cooperation was pleasant. The Seven Openings Lands have been taken down, so it's time for Brother Zhao to fulfill the agreement." Although the Soaring Smoke Hall had obtained a complete victory in this battle, it was not without losses. The number of disciples who had died was not small, and more than a dozen low-grade heaven splitters had died. However, the purpose of the battle was not the battle itself, but the benefits. Since Kai Xing could obtain the Seven Openings Land's foundation from this battle, the Soaring Smoke Hall would naturally not lose out. Yu Shoshan and Zhao Baichuan had already secretly agreed that after taking down the Seven Openings Lands, Kai Xing would occupy it, while the Soaring Smoke Hall would monopolize the Seven Openings Land's treasures for many years. This was a win-win deal. On the surface, Kai Xing had suffered a loss. After all the benefits had been taken by the soaring smoke hall, but for Kaixing, who had come out of the Great Void Realm, the Seven Openings Land's treasures might not be in their eyes. As it should be, brother Yu, please. Zhao Baichuan gently nodded. Yu Shoshan thanked him and immediately arranged for people to be led by Miao Yu to loot the Seven Openings Land storehouses. The corpses on the battlefield were all cleaned up by the soaring smoke hall's people. Kaixing's people did not participate. After all, cleaning up corpses was a good opportunity to collect the spoils of war, so it was not convenient for Kaixing to intervene. The smell of blood on the battlefield had yet to dissipate, but the division of benefits between the soaring smoke hall and the Seven Openings Lands had already been agreed upon. It was ironic. A moment later, a subordinate delivered the space ring of the Seven Openings Heavenly Monarch. Yu Shoshan received it, erased the barriers left on it, and swept it with his divine sense before taking out an item and tossing it to Zhao Baichuan. Brother Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Seven Openings Land's Great Array Jade Slit Ring. Zhao Baichuan received it and smiled. Many thanks, brother Yu. This was also part of the deal. With this jade slit ring in hand, Zhao Baichuan was the true owner of the Seven Openings Lands. Yu Shoshan laughed loudly. Of course, our two families will be neighbors in the future, so I'll have to ask brother Zhao for help. Zhao Baichuan nodded. In less than 2 days, everything had been completed. Zhao Baichuan said, Kaixing has just arrived here and is quite busy, so I won't keep brother Yu here any longer. Once this Zhao has finished his business, I will definitely pay you a visit. Yu Shoshan knew that this guy was trying to drive him away, so he had no intention of staying any longer, simply chuckling and saying, then this you will wait for the good news. Farewell. Farewell, I won't see you out. Zhao Baichuan nodded lightly. Under Yu Shoshan's leadership, the people from Soaring Smoke Hall immediately escorted the Seven Openings Land's captives and flew away, soon disappearing from sight. After they left, Chen Tianfei said with a pained expression, leaving some of the captives behind would have been useful. This Yu Shoshan's appetite is too big, taking them all away without leaving a single one behind, how hateful. Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. Let him be, a few captives are nothing. What's important is that we have the Seven Openings Lands. With this place in the future, how could our Kaixing not prosper? Chen Tianfei immediately smiled. Great Master is right, but it's also interesting. We originally came to the Seven Openings Lands to borrow troops to search for that Yang Kai, who knew that the situation would develop like this. Yang Kai had unimaginable wealth on him. If they could capture him and plunder him, Kaixing's financial resources would definitely skyrocket, but compared to a base, it was hard to say which was more important. His expression turned solemn again. Chen Tianfei said, that brat surnamed Yang himself isn't enough, but he said that he came from the first inn and that Madame Lan was behind him. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, I'm afraid things will be a little troublesome. After all, Madame Lan of the first inn was at the 6th rank splitter, while the Great Master was only at the 5th rank. If she really came knocking on their door, they might not be able to stop her. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. She's just a woman, what's there to be afraid of? I will be promoted to the 6th rank soon, so it's fine if that Madame Lan doesn't come, but if she does, I won't be afraid of her. Chen Tianfei's expression brightened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Congratulations, Great Master. The Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and the others also said in unison, Congratulations, Great Master. The Great Master had been in seclusion for so many years to break through to the 6th rank, but he always lacked some maturity, but now it seemed that he had reached that maturity. Zhao Baichuan held the jade in his hand and said, what's more, as long as I refine this jade, I will be able to control the formation here. With the help of the formation, even if he had just been promoted to the 6th rank, he would be able to exert power beyond himself. What's more, the news of them taking over the Kikichiao land hadn't spread yet, and by the time Madame Lan found this place, it would probably be 8 to 10 years. Understanding this point, Chen Tianfei's worries were all removed. I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here. Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand, and left. For so many years, Kaixing had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chen Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses, and repairing the broken formation. The people of Kai-Shing were in full swing. Kai-Shing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000, but countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Bei Yushan and the others early. The Chiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Kai-Shing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Kai-Shing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chen Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Chiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Chiqiao land was very different. Chapter 41-38. Inside the underground cave in the market, Yang Kai's expression changed as he hesitated. The battle 2 days ago could be said to have shocked him. He had thought that the 7 Openings land had reached an agreement with Crimson Star and that Soaring Smoke Hall would suffer a great loss. Who would have thought that 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch would be killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Shoshan? In just 2 days, the 7 Openings land had actually changed owners. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when Zhao Baichuan and Yu Shoshan had gotten together. However, Yang Kai could understand why Zhao Baichuan coveted the 7 Openings land. After all, Crimson Star's star market was destroyed and they did need a place to settle down. Perhaps it was because of this temptation that the two sides hit it off so easily. The change of ownership of the 7 ingenious lands was a great opportunity for him. Originally, this place had 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch, who had the Grand Array Jade Ring, so he did not have much interest in the 7 Openings land. But now that it was Zhao Baichuan, things were different. If Zhao Baichuan wanted to control the 7 Openings land's Grand Array, he had to refine the Grand Array Jade Ring. In other words, the 7 Openings land was in a completely defenseless state. With Yu's ability, she could easily control the Grand Array. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since Kai-Shing's people were unwilling to let him off and intended to harm him, chasing him all the way across several large territories, then they shouldn't blame him for doing the same thing to them. Yu obviously also realized this and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, gently nodding. Yu suddenly became a little excited and said, "Young master, I will do whatever you say." Yang Kai said, "If you were to fight Zhao Baichuan, how confident are you in defeating him?" Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "I am also a 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, our strength should be about the same and neither of us can do anything to the other, but in this 7 Openings land, I have the help of the Grand Array. In a one-on-one battle, I can definitely kill him in half an hour." She had this confidence. After all, after hiding here for 2 months, she had refined 50% of the Grand Array and could control its power. On the other hand, Zhao Baichuan did not have this convenience. This was also the reason why Shu Huang could cause havoc in the 7 Openings land with his 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivation, severely injuring the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch and killing 3 Earth Venerables. Shu Huang had relied on the Grand Array's power, of course. Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Bei. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He could only blame Zhu Jiuyin for falling into a deep slumber. If she could help, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Since he didn't have enough people, he could only deal with them one by one. As long as he cut off Zhao Baichuan's wings, it would be much easier to deal with him alone. "Can you find Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, and the other 4th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai asked. Yu said, "I'll try." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and held the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring. Relying on the Grand Array that covered the entire 7 Openings land, She could faintly sense the situation inside. However, because she had not completely refined it, her perception was not complete. A moment later, Yuhi opened her eyes. There is one person in the water spirit land, 2 in the fire spirit land, and 2 in the earth spirit land. I don't know who is in the water spirit land and the fire spirit land, but the auras of the 2 in the earth spirit land are similar. Even the fluctuations of their divine souls are the same. It should be the Ouyang brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Then let's start with the 2 of them. Ouyang Bing and Ouyang Lai were twin brothers and were proficient in joint attacks. Their individual combat strength was not as good as the other heads of Crimson Star, but when they combined their swords, they were the most difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had fought with Crimson Star's people in the Great Void Realm and had a deep understanding of this. If he could get rid of the Ouyang brothers, Crimson Star's combat strength would drop significantly. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing and pasted it on his face. With a slight thought, it transformed into the image of a fair-skinned man. 7 faces. Yuhi stared at him and whispered, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes. You recognize this thing? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. Yuhi should have seen this mask before. 7 faces was given to him by the lady boss, and there were some unclear grievances between Yuhi and the lady boss, so it was not surprising that she had seen 7 faces before. 7 faces was an appearance-changing artifact. It was extremely peculiar and could allow the user to transform into 7 different faces. The most peculiar thing was that this thing could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. It was quite mysterious. However, the lady boss had also said that 7 faces had the same drawbacks as the shadowless veil. A low-rank splitting heaven saint could not see through it, but a mid-rank splitting heaven saint would risk being exposed. The stronger the enemy, the greater the chance of being exposed. As for a high-rank splitting heaven saint, it was best not to take it out and throw it away. After changing his appearance and aura, even if those who were most familiar with Yang Kai stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Yang Kai took out his good wishes bag, and Yuhi understood and relaxed her mind. Before putting her inside, Yang Kai said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the lady boss and apologize to her. She shouldn't hold it against you. Yuhi forced a smile. I've already made a big mistake. Elder sister Lan probably won't forgive me, but it doesn't matter, being beaten to death by her isn't a bad thing. Yang Kai was speechless, but he didn't say anything, urging the good wishes bag to put Yuhi inside before shaking the shadowless veil, concealing his aura and whereabouts, and walking out of his hiding place. It had to be said that the combination of 7 faces and shadowless veil was simply wonderful. One could conceal one's aura and figure while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikichiao land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the fire spirit land and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the earth spirit land. In the earth spirit land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikichiao land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chen Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of one spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took one spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth spiritual land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment, because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chen has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, He handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chen Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, 4th grade heaven opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine spirit!" Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Juyin. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, 2 figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water-long sword, which turned into a sword light that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, 2 behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Kai Xing and the others while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, his palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the two was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not his opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking his palm, Ouyang Lai still did not die. A 4th grade heaven opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using his figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Ouyang Lai's head. With a boom, Ouyang Lai's head exploded, and blood spurted out from his neck. "Big brother!" Ouyang Bing roared, his eyes instantly turning red. The 2 brothers had been together since they were born, and had never been separated for so many years. Now, his own brother was killed right under his nose. Ouyang Bing was furious. In his fury, he lost his mind. Lu Xue's long sword flew, and every strike was aimed at his vital points. In an instant, Ouyang Bing's whole body spurted blood, and he did not know how many times he had been stabbed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.